Meanwhile, at Weyland-Yutani, someone just found a xenomorph egg in the supply closet. Just kidding. The only thing in your supply closet is 47 boxes of candy canes that nobody ordered. Welcome to Gateway Station, where the scariest thing you'll encounter tonight is the passive-aggressive email from HR about mandatory party attendance. While the Nostromo drifts toward disaster and Marines on LV-426 count their final hours, you're here, 3 systems away, trying to figure out why someone requisitioned 200 Santa hats for a station with only 150 employees. Tonight, friend, you've discovered the alien universe's best-kept secret. A job so boring, so beautifully mundane, that even the xenomorphs avoid your department. You're the event coordinator for Weyland-Yutani's annual holiday party? Yes, that Weyland-Yutani, the one with more workplace violations than decorations in your storage closet. Your office sits on level 7C, safely distant from whatever's growing in the research labs. Your biggest concern? Whether the eggnog will arrive before Director Harrison notices you forgot to mark it sugar-free. So settle in for this gentle journey through corporate event planning in space's most dangerous company. Subscribe if you want more stories from the quiet corners of terrifying universes. Drop a comment. I love knowing who's out there, choosing sleep over screams. Now relax. Let the station's recycled air lull you. Let the soft clicking of requisition forms guide you toward rest. Because tonight, the only thing bursting will be your decoration budget. The office is exactly what Weyland-Yutani's budget allocation permits for non-essential personnel. 12 square meters of standardized corporate space on Gateway Station's administrative level, designated Section 7C, subsection 14. The walls are regulation off-white. The furniture is standard issue. A desk made from compressed synthetic materials, an ergonomic chair that adjusts to 47 positions, while remaining fundamentally uncomfortable in all of them, and storage cabinets that lock with biometric scanners, despite containing nothing more classified than tablecloth requisition forms. Your name is Jordan Chen, and you've been Gateway Station's event coordination specialist for 3 years, 2 months, and 16 days. The title sounds more impressive than the reality. You plan birthday celebrations for department heads, coordinate quarterly mixer events, and organise the annual holiday party that management considers essential for maintaining employee morale and corporate culture cohesion. The desk's surface is organised with the particular precision that develops when you have too much time and too little actual authority. The left side holds your primary terminal, a Weyland-Yutani Data Core 6000, already obsolete but functional enough for accessing party planning databases. The right side contains physical planning materials, colour-coded folders for different events, sample decoration catalogues, and the massive 3-ring binder that contains Gateway Station's event planning protocol manual. 437 pages of regulations, affectionately known as EPPM 2179 and universally despised by everyone who's ever had to reference it. Behind the desk, the office's single window provides a view of Gateway Station's main concourse, a wide corridor where employees move between departments with purposeful efficiency. The window also provides view of the holiday decoration installation schedule currently being executed by the facilities team. You can see them now, 4 crew members in standard maintenance uniforms installing the approved festive elements along the concourse's primary support columns. Silver tinsel garlands, blue LED light strings, holographic snowflake projections that management approved after reviewing your proposal 3 times and reducing the projected snowflake count from 500 to 212. December 2. Gateway Station is artificial in every sense. The calendar date is maintained through Earth Standard Time synchronization, but the station's location in deep space means that seasonal concepts are purely theoretical. There's no winter here, no actual snow, no natural cycle of shortened days. Just the steady recycled atmosphere, the constant artificial gravity, and the agreed-upon fiction that December means something beyond being the 12th month in an arbitrary calendar system. But people need December. People need holidays and celebrations and the rituals that make them feel connected to Earth, even when Earth is so distant that sunlight takes hours to reach them. So Weyland-Yutani permits the holiday party, allocates budget for decorations and food, and allows employees to pretend for one evening that they work for a normal company with normal corporate culture. Your terminal chimes. Incoming message marked Priority High. The message is from Victoria Sterling, Gateway Stations, Deputy Administrative Director and your direct supervisor. Victoria occupies a fascinating position in Weyland-Yutani's hierarchy. Senior enough to have actual authority, not senior enough to know about the really classified projects. She handles personnel management, resource allocation, and the maintenance of corporate culture across the station's 3,200 employees. The message is characteristically direct. Jordan Management Review indicates several deficiencies requiring immediate attention. Guest list expanded to 447 attendees. Venue capacity must be verified. Catering projections inadequate. Entertainment options require alternatives. Decoration timeline behind schedule. Security protocols unsubmitted. Submit revised planning documents by 1700 hours today. V. Sterling. The message identifies problems without offering solutions, sets impossible deadlines, and includes the vague reference to security protocols that hints at complications nobody discusses openly. You lean back in your chair and consider the list. 447 attendees in a venue designed for 300. The holiday party was originally planned for department heads and senior personnel, a manageable group that could fit comfortably in the station commons. But word spread, and suddenly everyone wanted to attend. Management eventually decided that excluding people would damage morale more than including them, so the guest list expanded organically until reaching its current bloated state. Your terminal displays the station commons capacity specifications. Maximum occupancy, 380 persons under standard safety protocols. You're currently planning an event for 67 more people than the venue can legally accommodate. You pull up the station's space allocation database, searching for alternatives. The search parameters are restrictive. Must accommodate 450 plus people. Must be accessible to all personnel clearance levels. Must be available December 21st. Must be appropriate for social gatherings. The database processes for exactly 3.7 seconds before returning results. Available spaces meeting. Specified criteria: 1 cargo bay 7, subsection D. Capacity: 800 persons. Current status: inactive, scheduled for decommissioning. Available December 1st 31, 2179 cargo bay 7. You're familiar with it, one of Gateway Station's original cargo processing facilities, built during the station's construction but rendered redundant when newer, more efficient bays came online. The space has been sitting unused for 18 months, maintained at basic environmental standards, but stripped of most equipment. It's essentially a large empty room with high ceilings, basic lighting, and the particular industrial aesthetic that characterizes Weyland-Yutani's utilitarian architecture. It's also absolutely not the kind of space that management would normally approve for a social event. Using it would require extensive justification and would probably generate questions about why you couldn't make the original venue work. But it's the only option that solves the capacity problem. You begin drafting the venue change proposal, emphasizing efficiency and cost-effectiveness. Due to higher than projected attendance interest, the originally designated venue has insufficient capacity. Cargo Bay 7 provides adequate capacity for current attendance projections. Space is currently unused, representing zero opportunity cost for reallocation. Utilization demonstrates efficient use of existing station resources. The proposal continues through several pages of analysis and specifications. You include technical drawings showing proposed furniture arrangement and emergency evacuation routes. The document is thorough, professional, designed to make the venue change seem like inspired efficiency rather than desperate response to poor planning. You attach it to a message to Victoria and send it into the bureaucratic approval system. Your terminal chimes again, different, tone indicating personal message rather than official communication. The sender is Marcus Webb, one of Gateway Station's senior technicians and your closest friend among the station's population. Chen heard you're planning to move the party to Cargo Bay 7. Bold choice. That bay's been mothballed for over a year. You sure it's even rated for that kind of occupancy anymore? Also heard some weird stories about why it got decommissioned in the first place. Probably nothing, but you know how stories go around here. Want to grab lunch at 1200? I've got some equipment catalogues for the entertainment situation. Web. The message is characteristically web, helpful, slightly conspiratorial, and hinting at weird stories that are probably exaggerated but might contain fragments of truth. Gateway Station runs on stories on the informal information networks that communicate what official channels won't acknowledge. You message Webb back confirming lunch, then return to the immediate tasks. The catering situation needs attention. Food quantities calculated for Thrill 15 people are definitely inadequate for 447. You pull up the approved vendor list and begin revising the order specifications. The approved menu is depressingly corporate. Protein options, starch sides, vegetable medley, and dessert. No alcohol beyond the strictly regulated quantities. No creative menu options. Just safe, boring food that nobody will complain about, but nobody will particularly remember. You're adjusting quantities in the ordering system when your office door chimes. Someone requesting entry. You glance at the security display, which shows a woman in her mid-30s wearing the dark blue uniform of Weyland-Yutani's security division. Her ID badge identifies her as Lieutenant Sarah Morrison, Station Security. This is unusual. Security doesn't typically visit event coordination unless there's a problem. You trigger the door release. Come in, Lieutenant. What can I help you with? Morrison enters, with the particular efficiency that security personnel cultivate. No wasted movement, constant environmental awareness, posture that suggests readiness for immediate action. She's carrying a data tablet and has the expression of someone delivering information she expects will complicate your day. Mr. Chen, thank you for seeing me without appointment. She remains standing despite the visitor's chair positioned near your desk. I'm here regarding security protocols for the upcoming holiday event. Ms. Sterling indicated you haven't submitted the required security planning documents. Victoria sent security to emphasize the importance of the security protocols you were planning to work on eventually. I'm working on them now, you say, which is technically true in that you were planning to work on them at some point. The event's still 3 weeks out. Is there particular urgency I should be aware of? Morrison's expression suggests there is absolutely particular urgency you should be aware of. She activates her tablet, pulling up documents that she rotates to show you. Gateway Station's threat assessment has been elevated to condition yellow as of November 28th. This requires enhanced security protocols for all gatherings exceeding 100 personnel, condition yellow. That's the second level in Weyland-Yutani's 5-tier security classification system, indicating elevated threat potential requiring increased vigilance. The station has been at condition green, normal operations, for your entire tenure. Yellow suggests something has changed, though what exactly changed is probably classified. Can you tell me what triggered the elevation? You ask, knowing the answer will probably be some variation of "that's classified." Classified, Morrison confirms without hesitation. However, I can tell you that all large gatherings now require security presence, attendee screening protocols, and designated evacuation procedures. For an event with 447 attendees, I'll need to assign minimum 6 security personnel, implement entrance checkpoints with biometric verification, and establish emergency lockdown capabilities. 6 security personnel at a holiday party. Biometric verification. Emergency lockdown capabilities. This is rapidly transforming from a festive gathering into something that sounds more like a secure facility operation. Lieutenant, with respect, that level of security might undermine the event's purpose. The party is meant to boost morale and create positive corporate culture. Having security checkpoints makes it feel less like celebration and more like quarantine protocol. Morrison's expression doesn't change. I understand your concern. However, security protocols are non-negotiable under Condition Yellow. We can implement them with minimal visibility. Security personnel in plain clothes, discrete checkpoint procedures, emergency systems that remain inactive unless required, but the protocols themselves must be established. You nod, recognizing when further argument is pointless. What do you need from me? Complete event layout showing all entry points, exits, and internal traffic flow. Attendee list with clearance verification. Timeline of activities with notation of high-density periods. And your cooperation during the event to ensure security requirements don't conflict with social programming. She pauses. Also, given that you're moving the event to Cargo Bay 7, I'll need to conduct a security assessment of that space before approval. You know about the venue change. The proposal was submitted less than 20 minutes ago. Security monitors all space allocation requests. Cargo Bay 7 has been inactive for 18 months. Before we approve its use for large gathering, I need to verify it meets current security standards. The way she says inactive for 18 months carries weight, suggesting there might be substance to Webb's weird stories about the bay's decommissioning. Is there something about Cargo Bay 7 I should know, Lieutenant? Morrison considers the question with the particular care that people use when deciding how much classified information to share. The bay was decommissioned due to environmental control irregularities, probably just equipment aging, but the irregularities were never fully explained before the space was mothballed. I'll need to verify that any issues have been resolved before clearing it for occupancy. Environmental control irregularities. That could mean anything from faulty temperature regulation to atmospheric contamination to something else entirely. I appreciate the thoroughness, Lieutenant. When can you conduct your assessment? This afternoon, if the venue change is approved. I'll coordinate with facilities to ensure the bay's systems are active for testing. She makes notation on her tablet. Expect my security requirements document by 1700 hours today. We'll need to integrate them into your planning timeline. Morrison departs with the same efficiency she displayed arriving, leaving you alone with the growing realization that the holiday party is becoming significantly more complicated than originally envisioned. Venue change requiring approval, catering revision, security protocols involving plainclothes personnel and emergency lockdown capabilities, entertainment replacement still pending, and it's only December 1st. 3 weeks remain until the event. Your terminal chimes again. Message from Victoria. Venue change proposal is being reviewed by the Space Allocation Committee. Decision expected within 24 hours. In the meantime, proceed with planning as if approval is guaranteed, because delaying decorations further is not acceptable. Translation: assume the venue change works and plan accordingly, but if it doesn't work, you'll still be responsible for making something happen. You pull up the cargo bay specifications on your terminal, studying the technical drawings. The space is essentially a large rectangular room, vast enough that voices would disappear upward into the exposed beam ceiling. The walls are standard Weyland-Yutani grey composite. The floor is reinforced decking rated for heavy cargo loads. It's about as unromantic and unfestive as a space can possibly be. But it's what you have to work with. And with 3 weeks, adequate budget, and enough determination, even a cargo bay can be transformed into something approaching celebratory. The transformation just requires planning, creativity, and careful navigation of corporate bureaucracy. Fortunately, You've spent 3 years developing expertise in exactly those skills. You begin creating the detailed planning documents that will occupy the next 3 weeks of your life. Timelines, budgets, logistics coordination, vendor management, and the endless forms that Weyland-Yutani requires for every decision more significant than choosing pen color. Outside your office window, the facilities team continues installing holiday decorations along the concourse. Silver tinsel catches artificial light. Blue LEDs blink in approved patterns. Holographic snowflakes project onto surfaces, creating the illusion of winter in a place where seasons are maintained through calendar adherence rather than planetary rotation. It's artificial, corporate, carefully controlled, but it's also something resembling hope. The idea that even here, even at Weyland-Yutani, people still try to create moments of joy and connection, even when those moments require security protocols and lockdown capabilities. The work continues, piece by piece, form by form, creating a holiday party for a corporation that doesn't deserve one, but whose employees desperately need it anyway. Your terminal chimes with 17 new messages, each presumably adding new complications to the growing list of party planning challenges. You take a slow breath, center yourself in the present moment, and begin working through them systematically. 3 weeks until the holiday party, 3 weeks to create something resembling celebration in a cargo bay that was decommissioned for reasons nobody will fully explain, using a budget that's probably inadequate. For attendees who work for a corporation that treats human life as acceptable loss in pursuit of profit. 3 weeks. The work begins now. The cafeteria is located on Gateway Station's residential level, positioned strategically between living quarters and work areas to minimize transit time during meal breaks. The space accommodates 300 diners simultaneously, operates on rotating schedules to serve the station's 3 shifts, and provides nutrition that meets corporate wellness standards while remaining cost-effective. The aesthetic is institutional. White tables in precise rows, chairs prioritizing durability over comfort, lighting bright enough for functionality. The walls display rotating corporate messaging on digital screens, safety, reminders, productivity metrics, inspirational quotes. Nobody pays attention to the screens. They're just background noise, corporate wallpaper that everyone has learned to ignore. You arrive at 1200 exactly, scanning the crowd for Webb. He's easy to spot, 6'2", perpetually wearing the grey technician's jumpsuit, even during off-duty hours, with unkempt hair that suggests either he doesn't care about appearance standards or has senior enough status that minor regulation violations get overlooked. He's sitting at a corner table, 2 trays already acquired, watching the entrance. You navigate through the lunch crowd, administrative personnel, technicians, off-duty security, and the occasional synthetic worker whose presence still generates uncomfortable glances from humans who aren't quite sure how to process artificial intelligence in social spaces. The synthetics eat during meal periods as part of integration protocols, consuming nutritional supplements their systems don't actually require. The effect is unsettling. They eat with perfect mechanical precision, never spilling, their facial expressions suggesting enjoyment, but in a way that feels rehearsed rather than genuine. Webb sees you approaching and nods toward the empty chair. Got you the chicken option. Figured it's marginally less depressing than the synthetic meat substitute, though I'm not entirely convinced the chicken is actually from chickens. You sit, examining the tray's contents. The chicken is precisely cut geometric pieces in brown sauce. The rice is white and slightly sticky. The vegetable medley is the usual combination. The dessert is a small square of chocolate cake that probably contains more chemicals than actual chocolate. I appreciate your optimism about the chicken, you say, picking up the fork. Though given Weyland-Yutani's supply chain efficiencies, we're probably both eating vat-grown protein, textured to approximate meat. Delicious vat-grown protein, Webb corrects, taking a bite and making an exaggerated expression of satisfaction. carefully engineered to meet nutritional requirements while minimizing production costs. This is the future, Chen. This is what we're building out here, a world where food is optimized rather than enjoyed. The comment is characteristic Webb, humor with an edge, joking about things that are actually kind of depressing when you think about them too carefully. He's worked at Gateway Station for 7 years, longer than almost anyone in technical services, and the experience has given him a particular perspective on Weyland-Yutani's operations. He knows things, hears things, notices patterns. So, he says after a few bites, leaning forward slightly. Cargo Bay 7, you're serious about using it for the party? Unless the Space Allocation Committee rejects my proposal, yes. It's the only space big enough for the expanded guest list. Webb nods slowly, processing. Did they tell you why it was decommissioned? Morrison mentioned environmental control irregularities, said they were never fully explained. Environmental control irregularities. Webb repeats the phrase with the particular tone people use when official explanations don't match observed reality. That's one way to describe it. You set down your fork, giving him full attention. What's another way to describe it? Webb glances around the cafeteria, checking proximity of nearby tables and confirming nobody's close enough to overhear quiet conversation. When he speaks again, his voice is lower, more serious than his usual joking tone. About 18 months ago, Cargo Bay 7 was still active. Standard operation, temporary storage for incoming materials, nothing unusual. Then one of the night shift cargo handlers reported strange sounds coming from one of the storage containers. Scratching noises, like something moving inside. You wait, knowing there's more. Security investigated, opened the container, found it empty except for some packing materials and shredded insulation. No explanation for the sounds. They figured the handler was tired, maybe hearing things, closed the container, filed a report, moved on. Webb takes another bite, letting the pause build. 3 days later, the same handler reported the sounds again. Different container this time. Security opened it. Also empty, also showing signs of something tearing through insulation. This time, they took it more seriously. Expanded the investigation, checked every container in the bay, found evidence in 6 different containers, shredded materials, damage to internal surfaces, and in 2 cases, some kind of residue that the lab couldn't immediately identify. What kind of residue, you ask, though you're already developing theories you don't want to consider. Acidic compound, not corrosive enough to eat through the container materials, but definitely not something that should have been in sealed cargo. The lab analysis took 3 days. When the results came back, they immediately sealed the bay, evacuated all materials, and decommissioned the space, officially due to environmental control irregularities. The way he says officially makes it clear he doesn't believe the official explanation. What do you think it actually was, you ask, though you suspect you know his answer. Webb leans back, studying you. You've heard the stories about what Weyland-Yutani researches in the classified wings? About specimens brought back from colonies? About development work that's technically prohibited but continues anyway? I've heard stories, you acknowledge carefully. Stories that are probably exaggerated. Probably, Webb agrees, but sometimes stories start from something real. He produces his data tablet, navigating to a folder labelled Equipment Catalogues, but obviously containing something else. He pulls up an image, a grainy photograph showing the interior of what's clearly Cargo Bay 7. The image quality is poor, taken with personal device rather than official station cameras, but you can make out details. Storage containers stacked along walls, overhead lighting creating harsh shadows, and in the centre of the frame, on the deck plating, something that looks like a shed skin or carapace. Where did you get this, you ask quietly. Cargo handler who reported the sounds took it before security sealed everything, shared it with a few people before the official silence descended. Webb zooms in on the shed carapace. The details are unclear, but the shape is disturbingly organic. segmented, curved, approximately 2 feet long. Could be from anything. Could be contamination from colonial agriculture projects. They've got all kinds of experimental organisms in those research facilities, or it could be from something else. You stare at the image, feeling the familiar mixture of dread and resignation that comes from working for a corporation where this kind of thing is plausible. If something escaped in there, you say slowly, security would have found it. They would have tracked it down. Would they? Webb challenges. Or would they have decided that admitting they lost containment would be worse for corporate reputation than just sealing the bay and hoping the problem resolves itself? The scenario is depressingly plausible. Morrison is conducting a security assessment this afternoon, you say. If there's any ongoing contamination or threat, she'd find it, right? Webb shrugs. Maybe. Or maybe she finds evidence of past problems that have since been resolved, decides it's not her responsibility to report historical incidents, and clears the space because that's what her orders require. So your advice is what, you ask? Cancel the venue change? Try to convince management that 447 people can somehow fit in a space rated for 380? My advice, Webb says carefully, is to be aware that Cargo Bay 7 might have history that makes it less than ideal for large gatherings, and if you do use it, maybe have contingency plans. You sit in silence for a moment, processing the implications. The party needs venue. Cargo Bay 7 is the only option. Morrison will conduct her assessment and presumably clear the space. You'll proceed with planning because you have no viable alternatives, and you'll hope that Webb's concerns are exaggerated paranoia rather than justified caution. Thanks for the warning, you say eventually. I'll keep it in mind during planning. That's all I can ask. Webb returns to his food. The serious conversation apparently concluded. On a more practical note, I brought those equipment catalogues I mentioned. If you can't get budget for live entertainment, I've got a portable sound system that might work. Audio quality isn't great, but it's adequate. I can set it up and operate it during the party if you need. The offer is characteristically Webb. Helpful, practical, motivated by genuine desire to support your work, he accepts gratefully, knowing that entertainment is one of the major planning challenges still requiring solution. The rest of lunch is consumed discussing practical details, sound system specifications, playlist curation, positioning for optimal audio coverage. The conversation is comforting in its normalcy, focusing on solvable problems rather than hypothetical scenarios. By the time lunch concludes, you've acquired a workable entertainment solution and a significant new concern about your chosen venue's safety. The trade-off seems appropriate for Weyland-Yutani operations. Every solution creates new problems. Every answer raises new questions. You return to your office at 1300, finding 17 new messages and a notification that the Space Allocation Committee has completed their expedited review of your venue change proposal. You open the notification with the particular trepidation that comes from submitting requests to corporate bureaucracy. The Space Allocation Committee's decision is contained in a formal document. You scan through it, looking for the actual decision, and find it buried in paragraph 3, subsection B. Decision, conditional approval. The Space Allocation Committee grants conditional approval for utilization of Cargo Bay 7, subsection D, for the annual holiday gathering 2179, subject to mandatory requirements, including successful security assessment, environmental systems verification, comprehensive safety protocols, temporary life support redundancy, additional lighting installation, occupancy density compliance, and post-event restoration. Approval is contingent on completion of all requirements. Failure to satisfy any requirement will result in immediate revocation. Final approval decision must be obtained minimum 72 hours prior to event date. Conditional approval, which means approved in theory but requiring satisfaction of multiple requirements before becoming approved in practice. Each requirement presumably involves its own bureaucratic processes, timelines, and potential complications. You forward the decision to Victoria with a note indicating you'll begin working through the requirements immediately. Her response arrives within minutes. Acceptable. Coordinate with Morrison for security assessment. Facilities is already scheduled for system verification this afternoon. Submit safety protocols by end of week. Budget for life support redundancy approved. Coordinate with procurement. Lighting installation is your responsibility. Attendee verification protocols to be established. Restoration planning can wait until post-event. Timeline remains critical. Decoration installation must begin December 15th to allow completion before December 21st event date. This gives you 2 weeks to satisfy all approval requirements. Do not fail. The message provides clear instructions while making equally clear that failure is not acceptable. 2 weeks to satisfy multiple requirements, each of which could potentially take longer if complications arise. Your terminal chimes again. Incoming call from Lieutenant Morrison. You accept, her face appearing on the display with neutral expression. Mr. Chen, I've received notification that Cargo Bay 7 requires security assessment. I'm coordinating with facilities for system activation at 1500 hours this afternoon. I'll need you present during the assessment to discuss security requirements in context of your event planning. I can be there at 1500, you confirm. What will the assessment involve? Standard security protocols, structural integrity verification, entry point evaluation, ventilation system analysis, environmental monitoring, threat potential assessment. She pauses slightly. Given the bay's decommissioning history, I'm also conducting enhanced contamination screening and biological residue detection. Biological residue detection. That's not standard security protocol for venue assessment. Are you expecting to find biological contamination? You ask carefully. Morrison's expression doesn't change. I'm conducting comprehensive assessment appropriate for a space being returned to active use after extended decommission period. Contamination screening is standard procedure in such cases. The answer is technically accurate while avoiding the actual question. She's checking for contamination because the bay's decommissioning history suggests it might be present. Understood, Lieutenant. I'll meet you at Cargo Bay 7 at 1500. The call ends, leaving you with 3 hours to handle other pressing requirements before the bay assessment. You pull up the facility's work order system, submitting requests for lighting evaluation and life support redundancy installation. Both requests get flagged as priority, high and assigned to facilities, engineering for immediate review. The safety protocols requirement demands attention next. You open the event planning protocol manual. Section 7, Emergency Procedures for Large Gatherings. The section covers every conceivable emergency scenario, from medical incidents to fire evacuation to hostile action requiring lockdown procedures. You begin drafting the safety protocol document specific to Cargo Bay 7, working from templates while adapting for the bay's particular characteristics. Emergency exits, clearly marked with illuminated signage. Evacuation routes, predetermined paths to nearest safe zones. Medical response, first aid station, staffed by medical personnel. Fire suppression, Cargo Bay has integrated system requiring reactivation. Security response, Morrison's personnel positioned at strategic locations. The document grows as you work through scenarios. Then you reach the section on extraordinary circumstances requiring modified protocols. This addresses scenarios beyond normal emergency situations, the kind that Weyland-Yutani facilities need to consider because their operations sometimes generate threats that normal corporate event planning doesn't anticipate. You stare at the blank section, trying to determine how to write protocols for complications without explicitly acknowledging that complications are possible. The solution requires careful language. Extraordinary circumstances, protocols. In the event of biological contamination detection or environmental hazard identification during the event, the following protocols will be implemented: immediate suspension of social activities, security control of all ingress-egress points, medical personnel prepare for potential exposure treatment, attendees relocate to designated safe zones pending threat assessment, station emergency response teams activated per contamination protocols, event coordinator coordinates with security and medical to ensure orderly attendee management. The protocols are vague enough to be applicable to multiple scenarios while being specific enough to provide actual guidance if something goes wrong. They acknowledge that biological threats are possible without explicitly stating what kinds of biological threats might be present. You save the document, attach it to submission queue for Victoria's review, and check the time. 14:30. 30 minutes until the Cargo Bay 7 assessment. You stand from your desk, stretch muscles that have been seated too long, and prepare to visit a decommissioned cargo bay that might contain residue from 18-month-old presents, or might just be an empty room with faulty environmental controls. Either way, it's about to become the venue for Gateway Station's annual holiday party. The walk to Cargo Bay 7 takes 15 minutes through corridors that grow progressively less populated as you move from administrative sections toward the older cargo processing areas. The station's architecture changes subtly in these areas. Newer sections have smooth walls and integrated lighting. Older sections show original construction with exposed conduits, visible support structures, and the industrial aesthetic that characterized early space station design. Cargo Bay 7 is located in one of the oldest sections, constructed during Gateway Station's initial build-out. The corridor leading to the bay is dimly lit, power conservation in unused areas, and silent except for the omnipresent hum of ventilation systems that maintain atmosphere throughout the station. The bay's main entrance is a large pressure door with standard access panel. A temporary notice is posted beside the door. Cargo Bay 7, subsection D status, decommissioned access, restricted, authorized personnel. Only environmental systems, minimal. You arrive at 14:55, finding Morrison already present, along with a facilities technician you don't recognize. A younger man in the standard grey jumpsuit, carrying diagnostic equipment and wearing the slightly nervous expression of someone who's been told to activate systems in a space that was sealed for reasons he probably doesn't fully understand. Mr. Chen, Morrison acknowledges your arrival. This is Technician Porter from Facilities Engineering. He's handling system reactivation for the assessment. Porter nods greeting, but doesn't speak, focusing on the access panel where he's connecting diagnostic equipment. The panel displays system status indicators showing minimal activity, basic life support active, but lighting, temperature control, and other comfort systems offline. How long will reactivation take, you ask? Full system activation requires approximately 40 minutes, Porter replies, his attention on the diagnostic readouts. Environmental controls, lighting, temperature regulation, emergency systems, all offline for 18 months. Need to verify system integrity before bringing everything online. Morrison checks her own equipment, a portable scanning device displaying atmospheric readings, temperature, and other environmental data. Current conditions inside the bay are stable. Temperature 12 degrees Celsius, atmosphere breathable but uncomfortably cold. We can enter once Porter confirms there's no structural concerns. Porter works through his diagnostic sequence with methodical precision, checking systems against baseline specifications, identifying discrepancies, making notes. The process is simultaneously boring and anxiety-inducing, watching someone verify that nothing is wrong while knowing that something might be wrong. After 12 minutes, Porter looks up from his diagnostics. Structural integrity confirmed, primary systems showing normal wear consistent with 18-month dormancy. No critical failures detected. Beginning activation sequence. He inputs commands to the access panel. Inside the bay, you hear equipment powering up, the particular sounds of systems coming online after extended shutdown. Lighting flickers on in stages, visible through the pressure door's small observation window. Ventilation increases from minimum maintenance to active circulation. Temperature control begins adjustment toward comfortable range. Morrison watches her scanner intently, tracking the environmental changes. No atmospheric anomalies detected, no biological signatures, temperature rising appropriately. The last statement, no biological signatures, is delivered with particular emphasis that suggests she was specifically looking for them. After 40 minutes of system activation and verification, Porter declares the bay ready for entry. All systems operational within acceptable parameters. Environmental conditions achieving normal range. Bay is safe for occupancy. Morrison nods, drawing her sidearm with casual efficiency. Mr. Chen, remain near the entrance while I conduct initial security sweep. Porter maintain position at access controls. She opens the pressure door, which slides aside with the heavy mechanical sound of large equipment moving. The interior is revealed in stages as lighting fully activates. A vast rectangular space, exactly as the specifications described. Vast. Enough that voices would disappear upward. The walls are standard Weyland-Yutani grey composite, marked with scuff marks and staining from years of cargo processing operations. The floor is reinforced decking, showing wear patterns from equipment that once occupied the space. The ceiling is exposed beam construction, with integrated lighting fixtures and visible ventilation ducts. The overhead cranes that would normally be present have been removed, leaving only support rails and attachment points. The bay is essentially empty, except for a few abandoned pallets stacked against one wall. It's industrial, utilitarian, and completely devoid of anything resembling holiday atmosphere, but it's also large enough to accommodate 447 people, with room for tables, buffet stations, music equipment, and actual space for movement. The potential is there, buried under the industrial aesthetic. Morrison enters the bay with her weapon ready, conducting systematic sweep of the perimeter. She moves with practiced efficiency, checking corners, examining the abandoned pallets, inspecting the ventilation grills. Her scanner remains active, continuously monitoring for biological signatures or environmental anomalies. You watch from the entrance as she completes her perimeter sweep, then begins checking the bay's multiple exits. After 20 minutes of thorough examination, Morrison returns to the entrance area. She holsters her weapon and reviews the data from her scanner. Her expression remains neutral, but there's tension in her posture that suggests she found something worth noting. Security assessment complete, she says formally. The bay is structurally sound, environmentally stable, and suitable for large gathering occupancy. No active threats detected. The way she emphasizes active suggests there might be inactive threats, or historical threats, or concerns that don't quite meet the threshold of requiring bay closure but are significant enough to note. But, you prompt, recognizing that there's more to her assessment than the formal conclusion. Morrison glances at Porter, evaluating whether to share detailed findings in front of facilities personnel. She apparently decides the information isn't classified enough to restrict. I found residual biological traces near the ventilation intake grills. Analysis suggests organic material, deceased insects, or small vermin consistent with station ecosystem. Nothing indicating significant biological hazard. Deceased insects or small vermin, that's the official finding that will appear in her report. What she's not saying, but what her tone implies, is that she found something concerning enough to warrant careful examination, but insufficient to justify bay closure. The bay is approved for event use, you confirm. Approved with recommendations. I'll be positioning 6 security personnel during the event, as previously discussed. I'm also recommending additional ventilation, monitoring throughout the gathering, just precautionary measure, given the bay's extended dormancy period. She makes final notes on her tablet. You'll receive my complete assessment report by 1700 hours, as requested. The bay meets security standards for large gathering. The assessment is complete. Cargo Bay 7 is officially approved for the holiday party. One of the conditional requirements is satisfied. Morrison and Porter depart, leaving you alone in the vast empty space that needs to transform into festive venue within 2 weeks. You walk deeper into the bay, footsteps echoing in the emptiness. The lighting is harsh and industrial, casting sharp shadows from the exposed ceiling infrastructure. The temperature is gradually rising toward comfortable range, but remains cold enough that you can see your breath. The walls show years of wear, impact marks, staining, identification numbers stenciled at regular intervals. This is what you have to work with. This is where Gateway Station's holiday celebration will happen. You stand in the centre of the empty bay, turning slowly to take in the full space, beginning to visualise the transformation that planning will create. Tables arranged in clusters, buffet stations along the far wall, music equipment in one corner, decoration installations that will disguise the industrial walls. It's possible. Challenging, but possible. The work begins now. You're pulling up planning documents on your tablet when you hear something. Faint sound from somewhere overhead. Brief, barely audible, possibly just normal station noises, amplified by the bay's acoustics. You wait, listening intently. The sound doesn't repeat. The bay is silent except for ventilation systems and the distant hum of station infrastructure. Probably nothing. Just pipes or equipment or the normal sounds that large empty spaces generate. Probably. You return your attention to the tablet, pushing the sound from your mind, focusing on the immediate work of party planning. The planning documents load, the timeline appears. 2 weeks of intensive work begins now. The morning of December 3rd brings an unexpected complication delivered via formal message from Human Resources. The sender is Patricia Reeves, Gateway Station's Director of Personnel Integration, which is corporate terminology for the department that manages relationships between human and synthetic workers in mixed staff environments. The message is professionally formatted with Weyland-Yutani letterhead and formal business language. To Jordan Chen, Event Coordination Specialist, from Patricia Reeves, Director of Personnel Integration. RE, Synthetic Personnel Inclusion in Annual Holiday Gathering, date December 3rd, 2179. Mr. Chen, this office has received inquiries from multiple synthetic personnel regarding their inclusion in the upcoming annual holiday gathering scheduled for December 21st. Current attendance parameters appear to address human personnel exclusively, raising questions about company policy regarding synthetic participation in social events. Weyland-Yutani's integration protocols emphasize treating synthetic personnel as full team members deserving equal consideration in all company activities. However, social events present unique considerations given that synthetic personnel do not require the morale support and cultural reinforcement that motivate such gatherings for human workers. Please clarify whether synthetic personnel are invited to attend the holiday gathering, and if so, whether their attendance should be counted toward venue capacity limitations and catering requirements. This matter requires resolution by December 5th to ensure proper communication to all potentially affected personnel. Respectfully, Patricia Reeves, Director of Personnel Integration. You read the message twice, processing the layers of complexity it introduces. The basic question is simple enough. Should synthetic personnel be included in the holiday party? But the implications branch in multiple directions, each requiring careful consideration. Gateway Station employs approximately 120 synthetic personnel across various departments. They perform technical work, maintenance operations, administrative functions, and other roles where their enhanced capabilities and absolute reliability provide advantages over human workers. The synthetics are sophisticated, Weyland-Yutani's latest models with advanced behavioral programming that makes them almost indistinguishable from humans in casual interaction. Almost, but not quite. There's always something slightly off. Movements too precise, reactions too measured, facial expressions that approximate human emotion without quite achieving genuine spontaneity. The uncanny valley effect is real, and most human workers maintain polite but distant relationships with synthetic colleagues despite corporate policies encouraging integration. Including synthetics in the holiday party would satisfy corporate diversity values and treat them as equal team members. But it would also add up to 120 attendees to an already overcrowded event, potentially exceeding even Cargo Bay 7's expanded capacity. And it would create social dynamics that might make human attendees uncomfortable, undermining the very morale benefits the party is designed to create. You draft response to Reeves, choosing words carefully. Miss Reeves, thank you for raising this important question. The holiday gathering's intent is to provide morale support and cultural reinforcement for personnel working in deep space environments, as you correctly noted. Given that synthetic personnel do not require such support, per your own assessment, and given capacity constraints that barely accommodate current human attendance projections, I recommend synthetic personnel be considered invited but not required to attend. This approach provides inclusion without creating obligation for personnel who would not derive meaningful benefit from attendance. For planning purposes, I propose assuming 10 to 15% synthetic attendance, 12 to 18 individuals, rather than full synthetic workforce participation. This allows genuine integration opportunities while maintaining practical capacity management. I'm happy to discuss this further if alternative approaches would better serve company integration objectives. Respectfully, Jordan Chen Yu, send the message, knowing it will probably trigger additional discussion rather than resolving the question cleanly. Issues involving synthetic personnel always become complicated because they exist in ambiguous space between equipment and employees, tools and colleagues, property and persons. Every policy decision requires navigating that ambiguity without explicitly acknowledging it. Your terminal chimes, incoming call. You accept, finding yourself looking at a face you recognize from seeing around the station but haven't directly interacted with before. The caller is a synthetic model designation Walter, one of Weyland-Yutani's newer advanced units designed for administrative support functions. His appearance is carefully human. Brown hair, neutral features, slight smile that's probably programmed to put human colleagues at ease. Mr. Chen, thank you for accepting my call. I'm Walter from Facilities Coordination. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. The speech pattern is perfectly natural, with appropriate pauses and vocal inflections that would be indistinguishable from human speech if you didn't know you were talking to a synthetic. The technology is impressive and unsettling in equal measure. Not at all, Walter. What can I help you with? I'm calling regarding the holiday party attendance question that Ms. Reeves raised with you. I wanted to provide perspective from synthetic personnel who are interested in attending. You weren't expecting direct engagement from synthetics on this issue. I appreciate the input. What perspective did you want to share? Walter's expression shifts subtly. Concern, maybe? Or something programmed to approximate concern. Many synthetic personnel are interested in attending the holiday gathering specifically because we understand it's a human cultural event. Observing and participating in human social rituals helps us better integrate with our colleagues and understand the cultural contexts that inform workplace interactions. The explanation is logical and probably accurate. Synthetics learning human behavior through observation is consistent with their programming objectives. But there's something else in how Walter phrases it, something that almost sounds like genuine interest rather than programmed function. That's a reasonable perspective, you acknowledge. However, there are practical constraints: venue capacity, catering logistics, budget limitations. Including the full synthetic workforce would exceed what we can reasonably accommodate. Understood. Most synthetic personnel wouldn't expect to attend. We recognise the practical limitations, but perhaps a small number could participate. 5 or 6 of us who are specifically interested in the cultural learning opportunity. Walter pauses with timing that perfectly mimics human conversational rhythm. We wouldn't require catering. We can consume nutritional supplements beforehand, so our presence doesn't impact food allocation. We'd simply observe and interact as appropriate. The request is modest and well-reasoned. 5 or 6 synthetic attendees wouldn't meaningfully impact capacity or logistics, and the rationale about cultural learning is compelling from integration perspective. That seems workable, you say carefully. Would you coordinate with Ms. Reeves to identify which synthetic personnel are most interested? I'll add 6 synthetic attendees to the planning parameters. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I appreciate your consideration. Walter's smile broadened slightly. Programmed gratitude. Expression. If there's anything synthetic personnel can do to assist with party preparations, please don't hesitate to ask. We're happy to help however we can. The call ends, leaving you with the unsettling feeling that you just had a genuine conversation with an artificial intelligence that might or might not actually experience interest or gratitude, but simulates them convincingly enough that distinguishing between genuine and programmed becomes philosophically complicated. You update your planning documents to include 6 synthetic attendees, bringing total projected attendance to 453. Still within Cargo Bay 7's capacity, still manageable with current catering projections. The synthetic question is resolved, or at least resolved enough to proceed with planning while remaining open to further adjustments if complications arise. Your terminal displays the updated timeline: 11 days until decoration installation begins, 18 days until the event. The preparations are accelerating now, moving from abstract planning into concrete implementation, where decisions have consequences and mistakes become visible. The following week passes in intensive preparation activity that consumes every available hour and generates exhaustion that accumulates like physical weight. You're sleeping 4 hours per night, sustained by coffee and determination and the knowledge that failure isn't acceptable. December 5th. The lighting evaluation is completed by Facilities Engineering. Their assessment identifies that Cargo Bay 7's existing lighting is insufficient for social gathering. The industrial fixtures provide adequate illumination for cargo operations, but create harsh shadows and unwelcoming atmosphere. Solution requires installing 40 supplemental light fixtures with warm spectrum bulbs that will create more comfortable ambience. Cost 14,000 company credits, which consumes significant portion of your remaining budget. Timeline: installation December 13th or 15th, completion just days before decoration installation begins. December 6th, life support redundancy systems are delivered and installed by specialized facilities crew. The systems include 2 independent backup atmosphere processors, emergency power supplies, and autonomous environmental monitoring that will immediately alert station operations if any anomalies develop during the event. The installation is completed efficiently, adding a layer of safety that satisfies committee requirements while also providing genuine protection if environmental systems fail. Cost height 9,000 credits. Your budget is now dangerously constrained. December 7th. You conduct first full walkthrough of Cargo Bay 7 with decoration supplier, a small company called Frontier Festivities that holds one of the 3 approved vendor contracts for Gateway Station. The supplier's representative is an enthusiastic woman named Sarah Kim, who specializes in creating atmosphere in challenging industrial spaces. She surveys the bay with professional assessment, making notes about wall coverage requirements, ceiling decoration possibilities, and floor treatment options. We can definitely work with this, she says, with confidence that might be genuine or might be sales technique. The industrial aesthetic actually provides interesting opportunities. We can lean into it rather than trying to completely hide it. Exposed ceiling becomes feature rather than flaw. Metal walls become backdrop for dramatic lighting effects. This could actually be more visually interesting than typical corporate event space. Her vision involves large fabric panels in blues and silvers, Weyland-Yutani's approved colours, draped from ceiling to create visual texture while hiding some of the harsh industrial elements. Uplighting positioned around the perimeter to wash the walls in coloured light. Table centerpieces featuring silver metallic elements and blue LED accent lighting. A designated entrance area with welcome signage and festive elements that frame attendees' arrival experience. The proposal is creative and well conceived. It's also expensive. Kim provides cost estimate, 22,000 credits for materials, installation labour and post-event removal. Your remaining budget is 18,000 credits. We need to reduce costs, you say, reviewing the itemised breakdown. What elements are essential versus nice to have? Kim considers, marking items on her tablet. We can eliminate the entrance framing. It's atmospheric but not critical. We can reduce the fabric panel count from 60 to 40, which slightly reduces visual impact but maintains the overall effect. We can substitute some of the specialty lighting with standard units that are less dramatic but adequate. And we can minimise the table centerpieces to simple arrangements rather than elaborate displays. The revised proposal comes to 17,000 credits, within budget barely, leaving 1,000 credits for miscellaneous expenses and emergency contingencies. Approved, you say, signing the digital contract. Installation December 15th or 17th as planned. Confirmed. My crew will arrive December 15th at 0800 to begin installation. We'll work around the lighting crew's schedule. Everything will be complete by end of day December 17th, giving you 4 days before the event for any final adjustments. December 8th to 10th. These days blur together in endless detail work, finalising catering orders with precise headcount and menu selections, coordinating security protocols with Morrison, who provides a 20-page document specifying exactly how her 6 personnel will be positioned, how entrance screening will be conducted, and what emergency response procedures will be implemented if threats materialise. Creating a attendee verification system that will confirm everyone entering has legitimate authorization to attend. Programming the entrance check-in tablets that will track attendance in real time. Webb delivers his portable sound system, demonstrating its capabilities and helping you program playlists that mix current popular music with classic selections that appeal to broader demographic. The system is adequate, not impressive, but functional enough for background music and occasional announcements. You also draft and distribute the formal party invitation to all personnel. You are invited. Gateway Station, annual holiday gathering. December 21st, 2179, 1900, 2300 hours. Cargo Bay 7, subsection D. Join your colleagues for an evening of celebration, camaraderie, and seasonal festivities. The gathering will feature dinner buffet with multiple entree selections, beverages including limited approved alcoholic options, music and socializing, recognition of outstanding employee contributions. Attendance is voluntary but encouraged. Please RSVP by December 15th through the station HR system. Dress code, business casual security screening at Haitui. Entrance, standard procedures. Questions? Contact Jordan Chen, event coordination. The invitation goes to all human personnel, plus the 6 synthetic attendees that Walter identified. Within 24 hours, you've received 412 RSVPs confirming attendance. The party is happening. The attendance is real. The pressure intensifies. December 11th. A new complication emerges. Victoria summons you to her office for what the meeting request describes as urgent planning discussion. Her office is larger than yours, with actual window overlooking Gateway Station's observation deck, furnished with the higher quality materials that senior management receives. Victoria is in her 50s, with perfectly styled hair and the kind of professional competence that makes her simultaneously impressive and intimidating. She gestures you to a chair, her expression serious. "Jordan, we have a situation requiring management. The holiday gathering has attracted attention from Peter Weyland IV. You recognize the name. Peter Weyland IV, great-great-grandson of the company's founder, serving as Gateway Station's executive director and representing Weyland-Yutani's interests throughout the Zeta Reticuli sector. He's effectively the most senior corporate presence in this region of space. What kind of attention, you ask carefully. He wants to attend. Specifically, he wants to use the gathering as opportunity to personally recognize several employees who contributed to recent successful projects." Victoria's tone makes clear this isn't optional. He'll be arriving with small security detail and will require approximately 10 minutes during the event for brief recognition ceremony. Peter Weyland IV at the holiday party? A member of the founding family, someone who could theoretically walk into any company gathering, but usually doesn't because executives at that level maintain separation from general employee population. His attendance will completely change the event's dynamics. People will be nervous, self-conscious, performing for executive observation rather than genuinely relaxing. The whole point of the party, creating casual atmosphere where employees can decompress, will be undermined by his presence. But you can't say any of that because refusing the executive director's attendance isn't remotely acceptable. "Of course," you say, with forced enthusiasm. "I'll coordinate with his security detail regarding protocols and timing for the recognition ceremony. His personal assistant will contact you with specific requirements. Make whatever accommodations are necessary." Victoria's expression softens slightly. "I know this complicates your planning, but having executive director present demonstrates company commitment to employee recognition. That's valuable for corporate culture." The meeting concludes. You return to your office, immediately updating planning documents to reflect the new reality. Peter Weyland IV will be attending, will require stage area for recognition ceremony, will need protected seating area, will be accompanied by security detail, will expect everything to proceed flawlessly because executives don't experience complications. Their staff prevents complications from reaching them. The party is now a performance for executive observation rather than genuine celebration. But performances can be successful too, as long as every detail is perfectly executed. December 12th. Weyland's assistant contacts you with requirements list. Reserved seating area for 8 people, Weyland plus 7 staff security. Stage set up for recognition ceremony with podium and microphone. Approved script for introducing Weyland, which his office provides. 4 paragraphs emphasizing his leadership and commitment to employee welfare. Timing for ceremony. Exactly 2,000 hours, 1 hour into the party when attendance is maximized. And detailed schedule of his arrival, positioning, ceremony and departure. The executive visit is being choreographed with military precision. You coordinate with Morrison regarding additional security requirements. She's already aware, Weyland's security detail has coordinated directly with her, and will be augmenting her 6 plainclothes personnel with 4 additional uniformed officers who will maintain perimeter around Weyland's seating area. 10 security personnel at a holiday party, plus the executive director himself, plus 412 regular attendees, plus 6 synthetic observers. This is escalating beyond anything you originally envisioned. December 13th, lighting installation begins. Facilities crew arrives at Cargo Bay 7 with the 40 supplemental fixtures, installing them across 2 intensive days. The transformation is immediate. The harsh industrial lighting softens with the warm spectrum additions, creating atmosphere that's significantly more welcoming. The bay still looks industrial, but now it looks like industrial space that's being prepared for human occupation rather than cargo storage. You supervise installation, ensuring fixtures are positioned to complement the decoration plan that will be implemented in 2 days. The lighting crew works efficiently, completing installation ahead of schedule by end of day December 14th. December 15th. Decoration installation begins. Sarah Kim arrives with her crew at 800 as promised, bringing multiple trucks filled with fabric panels, lighting equipment, table centerpieces, and the various elements that will transform industrial cargo bay into festive venue. The installation is complex choreography, crew members on aerial lifts hanging fabric panels from ceiling attachment points, others positioning up lighting around perimeter, testing different color combinations and intensities. Tables being arranged in clusters based on your layout plan, centerpieces being assembled and positioned. You remain on site throughout the day, making real-time decisions about placement and adjustments, solving problems as they arise. The work is simultaneously exhausting and exhilarating, watching abstract plans become physical reality, seeing the bay transform incrementally toward the vision you've been holding in your imagination. By end of December 15th, approximately 40% of decoration installation is complete. The bay is beginning to look like event space rather than industrial storage. The transformation is working, but you're also aware of sounds that occasionally emerge from the ventilation system, brief scratching or movement noises that might be normal, equipment sounds, or might be something else. The noises are infrequent enough that you can ignore them, but frequent enough that you're aware of them. Webb's story about Cargo Bay 7's history keeps resurfacing in your thoughts. Probably nothing, just normal station sounds amplified by the bay's acoustics. Probably. December 16th arrives with the particular tension that comes from knowing you're running out of time before a major event, while also knowing that the work remaining must be completed regardless of how exhausted you are or how many complications arise. The decoration installation continues at 800 with Sarah Kim's crew returning to Cargo Bay 7 for the second day of intensive work. You arrive at Yo 7:30, wanting to review overnight progress and ensure everything is proceeding according to plan. The bay's transformation is dramatic. What was industrial cargo processing space 48 hours ago is now recognizable as event venue. The fabric panels draping from the ceiling create visual softness that disguises the exposed beam construction, hanging in gentle curves that catch light and create texture. The color scheme, blues and silvers, is unmistakably Weyland-Yutani corporate branding, but the execution is sophisticated enough that it reads as elegant rather than oppressive. The perimeter uplighting is partially installed, with fixtures positioned every 3 meters around the bay's walls. The lights are currently set to deep blue, washing the grey composite walls with colour that transforms industrial surfaces into something approaching atmospheric. Kim explained yesterday that she'll program gradual colour shifts throughout the evening, blues transitioning to silvers, to subtle purples and back, creating visual interest that changes slowly enough that people don't consciously notice, but maintains dynamic quality. The tables are arranged in clusters of 8, positioned throughout the bay to create multiple social zones. Each table is covered with silver fabric tablecloth, with blue runner across the centre. The centerpieces are simple but effective. Silver metallic vases containing blue LED light strands that glow from within, creating focal points that tie together the overall colour scheme. The stage area for Peter Weyland IV's recognition ceremony is positioned along one wall, raised platform with steps and safety railings, podium positioned centre stage with the Weyland-Yutani corporate logo prominently displayed on the front panel. The stage is lit with spots that can be focused on the speaker while keeping the audience area in relative dimness, Kim's crew works through the day, completing the remaining elements, finishing the fabric panel installation, positioning the final uplighting fixtures, installing the directional speakers that will create audio zones, background music audible throughout the bay, but concentrated in social areas rather than overwhelming conversation spaces, creating the entrance area where attendees will arrive, featuring welcome signage and festive elements that frame the arrival experience. By 1600 hours, the installation is essentially complete. Kim conducts final walkthrough with you, checking every detail, adjusting elements that aren't quite right, ensuring the total effect matches the planned vision. "What do you think?" she asks, surveying the transformed space with professional pride. You turn slowly, taking in the complete environment. The bay that was cold industrial emptiness 5 days ago is now sophisticated event venue. The lighting creates warmth and atmosphere. The fabric panels soften the harsh industrial architecture. The table arrangements provide structure while maintaining open flow. The colour scheme is corporate but executed with enough elegance that it feels intentional rather than mandatory. "It's better than I imagined," you say honestly. You've created something genuinely impressive from very challenging starting point. Kim smiles with satisfaction. Industrial spaces are actually some of my favourite projects. They have good bones, high ceilings, large volumes, interesting structural elements. You just have to work with what's there rather than fighting against it. She gestures toward the ceiling, where fabric panels hang from the exposed beams. "See how we use the industrial infrastructure as anchor points? That's turning limitation into feature." The observation is accurate. The exposed ceiling beams that initially seemed like an aesthetic problem have become part of the design language, creating visual interest that more polished corporate spaces wouldn't have. "My crew will return December 20th for final adjustments and to address any last-minute issues," Kim continues. "But the major installation is complete. The venue is ready." After Kim departs, you remain in the bay alone, conducting your own assessment. You walk the perimeter, checking sightlines and traffic flow. You test the audio system that Webb installed, confirming that music can be heard throughout the space without being overwhelming. You review the stage area, ensuring the podium positioning and lighting will present Peter Weyland-Yutani effectively when he delivers his recognition ceremony. Everything is ready. The preparations that have consumed 3 weeks of intensive work are complete. The venue exists. The party can happen. You're standing centre bay, feeling the satisfaction of successful planning when something shifts in your peripheral vision. Movement near the ceiling. You look up toward the exposed beams and ventilation infrastructure. Nothing. Just the fabric panels hanging motionless in the still air. You wait, watching carefully, but see nothing unusual. Probably just your eyes adjusting to the uplighting, creating phantom movement where none exists. The bay is silent except for the normal ambient sounds of station operations, the distant hum of environmental systems, the occasional creak of metal adjusting to temperature changes, the soft whisper of air circulation. You pull out your communicator, considering whether to contact Morrison about what exactly. A moment of perceived movement that probably wasn't real. She already conducted comprehensive security assessment. If there were genuine threats present, her bioscanners would have detected them. The movement was probably just fabric shifting in air currents, or shadows playing tricks, or exhaustion creating visual artifacts after 3 weeks of intensive work. Probably. You return your attention to the tablet, reviewing final planning checklists. The venue is complete. The decorations are installed. The equipment is positioned. Tomorrow, you'll coordinate catering delivery and final system checks. Then the party happens, and 3 weeks of preparation will be tested by actual execution. You're reviewing the timeline when your communicator chimes. Incoming call from Victoria. "Jordan, I'm seeing decoration completion reports from facilities. Is the venue ready?" "Yes, installation is complete. The bay looks excellent. I think people will be genuinely impressed. Good. I'll be conducting executive walkthrough tomorrow morning at 0900 with Director Weyland's advance team. They need to approve the venue before confirming his attendance. Ensure everything is presentation ready. Understood. The venue will be ready for review. The call ends. Executive walkthrough. Tomorrow morning, Peter Weyland IV's advance team will assess the venue, identify any issues, and determine whether the space meets standards appropriate for the executive director's presence. This is final major checkpoint before the party. If the advance team approves the venue, the event proceeds as planned. If they identify problems, you'll have less than 36 hours to implement corrections. You conduct final lighting check, ensuring all fixtures are functioning properly and that the programmed colour transitions are operating smoothly. You verify that the audio system is ready for tomorrow's demonstration. You confirm that the stage area meets the specifications provided by Weyland's office. Everything is prepared for tomorrow's review. You exit Cargo Bay 7 at 1830, exhausted from the day's supervision work, but satisfied that the major preparation phase is complete. The venue exists. The party can happen. The 3 weeks of intensive planning are about to culminate in actual event. You return to your office, planning to spend an hour handling administrative details before going to your quarters for much-needed rest. Your terminal displays 37 new messages, most of them routine confirmations and status updates. But one message is flagged, Priority, Urgent, sent by Lieutenant Morrison at 17:45 hours. You open it with immediate concern. Mr. Chen, station security, has identified biological traces in the ventilation system adjacent to Cargo Bay 7. The traces are consistent with small animal presence, likely station vermin, and do not currently constitute safety threat. However, I'm recommending enhanced monitoring during the event as precautionary measure. I've positioned additional motion sensors in the ventilation network that will alert security if any significant movement is detected. My personnel will be equipped to respond to biological intrusion if it occurs during the gathering. This does not require event cancellation or venue change. The situation is manageable with proper monitoring. Please confirm receipt of this notification. L. Morrison biological traces in the ventilation system. Morrison is being professionally careful with her language, but the message is clear enough. Something is living in the ductwork near Cargo Bay 7, something that security is aware of and monitoring, something that Morrison considers manageable but significant enough to warrant official notification and enhanced monitoring protocols. You respond confirming receipt, adding question, should attendees be informed about the enhanced monitoring? Morrison's reply arrives within 5 minutes. No, the monitoring is precautionary. Informing attendees would create unnecessary alarm and undermine event morale objectives. My personnel will handle any situations that arise. Translation. We know there's something in the ventilation system. We're watching it, but we're not telling anyone because acknowledging it would force us to cancel the party, and nobody wants that outcome. You sit at your desk, staring at Morrison's message, wrestling with the ethical complexity. You could push back, demand venue change, insist that people have right to know about potential threats. But doing so would destroy the party, waste 3 weeks of preparation, and probably end your employment. Or you can trust that Morrison knows what she's doing, that her monitoring is adequate, and that the party can proceed safely with appropriate security oversight. The decision shouldn't be difficult, but it is. Eventually you close the message, update your planning documents to note the enhanced security monitoring, and accept that the party is proceeding as scheduled with conditions that are less than ideal but probably manageable. Probably. You spend another 30 minutes handling administrative details, then return to your quarters for the first decent sleep you've managed in 5 days. December 17th, 0900 hours. You're waiting in Cargo Bay 7 with Morrison, Victoria and Webb, who's conducting final audio system testing, when Peter Weyland, the Four's advance team, arrives. The team consists of 4 people, 2 security personnel in formal suits carrying discreet weapons, 1 technical specialist with assessment equipment, and Weyland's personal assistant, a woman in her 30s named Jennifer Walsh, who radiates the particular competence that comes from managing every detail of an executive's schedule and requirements. Walsh surveys the bay with professional assessment, making notes on her tablet, while the technical specialist begins checking environmental systems and audio capabilities. The security personnel position themselves at strategic points, evaluating sightlines and identifying potential security concerns. "Mr. Chen," Walsh says, approaching with extended hand, "thank you for coordinating this review. Director Weyland is very particular about venues where he makes public appearances." The handshake is firm and brief. Walsh's attention is already moving past you toward the venue details that matter more than pleasantries. "Let's walk through the setup systematically," she continues. "Director Weyland will arrive at precisely 1945 hours, 15 minutes before the scheduled ceremony. He'll enter through which access point?" You indicate the primary entrance that Morrison designated for executive entry. "Through the main pressure door. The route from the corridor to his seating area is clear with good sight lines." Walsh walks the route, timing it with professional precision. The security personnel follow, evaluating the space from protection perspective. The technical specialist is testing the stage area, checking that the microphone system functions properly and that the lighting creates appropriate presentation quality. After 40 minutes of comprehensive evaluation, the team reconvenes near the entrance. "The venue is acceptable," Walsh announces. "We have 3 requirements. First, widen the aisle between table clusters to ensure clear pathway to the stage. Second, adjust stage lighting to reduce the blue color temperature slightly. Third, position additional security personnel at the 2 secondary exits during the ceremony itself." You make notes on all 3 requirements. "I'll coordinate with our decoration vendor and Lieutenant Morrison to implement the adjustments by end of day." "Excellent." Walsh makes final notes on her tablet. Director Weyland's schedule confirms his attendance. His recognition ceremony will proceed at exactly 2,000 hours. The ceremony will last approximately 10 minutes, after which he'll remain for 30 additional minutes before departing. Your tablet chimes with incoming data transfer. 5 employees selected for recognition, all confirmed attendees at the party. The ceremony will proceed as planned. Walsh and her team depart after confirming all details are understood. Victoria remains behind, conducting her own assessment of the venue. "This is genuinely impressive work, Jordan," she says, surveying the transformed bay. "I wasn't certain you could convert industrial cargo space into something suitable for executive presence, but this actually works." The compliment is unexpected and appreciated. "Thank you. The decoration vendor did excellent work with challenging space." "Noted. I'll ensure she receives commendation in company feedback systems." Victoria's expression becomes more serious. "I'm aware that Lieutenant Morrison briefed you about the ventilation monitoring situation. I want to emphasize that this is precautionary measure only. Station vermin are common in older infrastructure sections. Security is managing the situation appropriately." "Understood. Should I be prepared for potential interruptions during the event?" "Morrison's personnel will handle any situations without disrupting the gathering. Your focus should remain on event coordination and ensuring smooth execution of the director's ceremony." She pauses. "This is important for your career trajectory, Jordan. Successful executive events demonstrate capability for increased responsibility." The statement is both encouragement and pressure. After Victoria leaves, you work with Webb, implementing the advanced team's 3 requirements. Widening the aisle is simple furniture rearrangement. Adjusting the stage lighting requires accessing the control system and modifying color temperature settings. Coordinating additional security positioning requires brief consultation with Morrison. By 1400 hours, all adjustments are complete. The venue is ready for executive presence. December 18th, 19th pass in blur of final details and accumulated anxiety. December 18th, final catering coordination. The vendor confirms delivery schedule. Food will arrive at 1700 hours on December 21st, giving you 2 hours to set up buffet stations before guests arrive at 1900. You review the menu one final time. 3 protein options, 2 starch sides, roasted, vegetable medley, mixed green salad, dinner rolls, and 2 dessert options. The quantities are calculated for 453 attendees with 15% overage. Beverage service includes approved alcohol allocation. Morrison's personnel will monitor consumption to ensure compliance with regulations. December 19th, rehearsal day. You coordinate with Webb, testing the audio system under load, playing music at appropriate volume levels, testing announcements, confirming that Peter Weyland-Thor's recognition ceremony script can be heard clearly throughout the bay. The system performs adequately. You also conduct emergency evacuation drill with Morrison's personnel, walking through protocols if evacuation becomes necessary. The bay has 5 exits, 3 primary, 2 emergency, all leading to different corridors with established routes to emergency assembly points. The drill confirms that 453 people can evacuate in under 4 minutes if necessary. Morrison's enhanced monitoring sensors continue detecting occasional activity in the ventilation system. Small movements, nothing that registers as significant threat. The activity is noted but doesn't trigger alarm. December 20th, the final day before the party. You arrive at Cargo Bay 7 at 0700 for last comprehensive review of all systems and arrangements. Sarah Kim's decoration crew arrives for final adjustments, replacing one malfunctioning centerpiece LED, adjusting fabric panel that's hanging slightly wrong, fine-tuning the uplighting programming. Webb arrives to conduct final audio system check. Morrison's personnel position their monitoring equipment and conduct security sweep. By 1100 hours, everything is confirmed ready. The venue looks exceptional. The systems function properly. The security protocols are established. You're standing in the center of the bay, experiencing the particular calm that comes after weeks of intensive preparation when everything is finally complete. When your communicator chimes. Incoming message from systems engineering. Environmental anomaly detected in Cargo Bay. 7 ventilation system. Dispatching technician for assessment. Environmental anomaly. The phrasing is deliberately vague, but concerning enough to warrant immediate technical response. You contact Morrison immediately. Lieutenant, are you seeing environmental anomaly reports for the bay? Affirmative. Monitoring sensors detected temperature fluctuation in primary ventilation duct. Might be system malfunction, or might be something else. Technician is en route. You wait with increasing anxiety while the technician arrives, a young woman named Rachel Torres, carrying diagnostic tablet and wearing the slightly nervous expression of someone who's been sent to investigate something that might be routine malfunction or might be more complicated. Torres studies her diagnostic readouts with focused attention. After several minutes, she looks up with expression that confirms your concerns are justified. There's definitely something in the ductwork, she says carefully. Heat signature consistent with biological presence. Size profile suggests something larger than typical station vermin. How much larger, you ask, dreading the answer. Approximately 60 to 80 centimeters in length. Possibly larger. The sensors don't provide exact measurements. Torres makes additional notes. The signature is moving slowly through the duct network, currently positioned about 20 meters from the bay's primary intake vent. Morrison arrives, having been monitoring the technical assessment remotely. Ms. Torres, is the presence in the ductwork posing immediate threat to bay occupancy? Torres considers carefully. Not immediate threat. Whatever's in there is avoiding the bay itself, staying in the ductwork rather than entering open space. But during an event with 400 plus attendees, the increased heat and CO2 levels might alter its behaviour. Hard to predict. What's your recommendation? Morrison asks directly. Professional recommendation: conduct full ventilation system purge before the event. We could start now, but completing it properly would take minimum 24 hours. Possibly longer if we encounter complications. 24 hours. The party is scheduled for tomorrow evening. Implementing Torres's recommendation means cancelling or significantly delaying the event. Morrison's expression shows she's already calculating implications. And if we don't conduct the purge, then whatever's in the ductwork remains there during the event. It might stay dormant or it might not. Torres pulls up additional data. I can increase environmental monitoring during the event, add sensors that will track the presence's location and movement patterns. If it starts approaching the bay's intake vents, we'd have warning and could implement emergency containment protocols. What kind of containment protocols, you ask? Seal the ventilation access points to prevent entry into the bay. Switch to emergency life support systems. Evacuate if necessary. Torres's tone makes clear these are worst-case scenarios she doesn't expect to need. Morrison makes decision with characteristic efficiency. We proceed with the event as scheduled. Enhanced monitoring will be implemented. My personnel will be briefed on potential biological intrusion scenarios and prepared to respond appropriately. The event's morale value and executive attendance commitments outweigh the manageable risk. The decision is made. The party proceeds tomorrow, despite knowing that something is in the ventilation system, despite uncertainty about how it might respond to increased human presence. Torres implements enhanced monitoring sensors throughout the afternoon. By 1600 hours, the ventilation system is tracked with comprehensive surveillance network that monitors temperature, motion, and biological signatures. The biological presence, whatever it is, continues moving slowly through the ventilation system, maintaining distance from the bay itself. Torres's sensors track it methodically, currently positioned in duct section J7, approximately 40 meters from the nearest bay access point, moving at rate of maybe 2 meters per hour in direction away from the bay. It's avoiding areas with increased activity, Torres explains, showing you the tracking data. During the decoration installation and all the preparation work, it's been consistently moving away from the bay. That's actually a good sign. Suggests it's not aggressive, just trying to avoid human contact. What do you think it is, you ask, needing someone to finally voice the suspicion that everyone's been carefully avoiding. Torres glances at Morrison, checking whether she's authorized to speculate openly. Morrison gives subtle nod of permission. Based on size profile and movement patterns, Torres says carefully. Most likely possibility is someone's pet that escaped, maybe a cat or small dog that got loose and has been living in the ventilation system. Second possibility is larger native station vermin. Third possibility, she pauses, choosing words carefully. Third possibility is something that shouldn't be in the station at all, but that we're monitoring now and can contain if it becomes problematic. The third possibility hangs in the air, unspoken but clearly understood by everyone present. The enhanced monitoring provides adequate warning if it approaches the bay during the event, Morrison states firmly. My personnel will be prepared to implement containment protocols if necessary. The party proceeds as scheduled. After Torres and Morrison depart, you remain in Cargo Bay 7 alone, staring up at the ventilation ducts where something is currently living, trying to convince yourself that proceeding with the party is reasonable rather than reckless. The bay looks beautiful. Everything is ready for successful event, except that something is living in the ventilation system, something that might be harmless escaped pet, or might be something considerably more dangerous. You're still standing there when your communicator chimes. Message from Victoria. Jordan, final preparations look excellent. Director Weyland's office has confirmed his attendance. This will be significant positive event for station morale. Well done on the planning execution. See you tomorrow evening. V. Sterling. The message is encouraging and completely unaware of the current complications. You respond with professional gratitude, then exit Cargo Bay 7 for the final time, before tomorrow's event. The bay is ready, the security monitoring is active, the party will proceed, and whatever's in the ventilation system will either remain dormant or will create the crisis that everyone is carefully avoiding acknowledging as possible outcome. Sleep comes eventually that night, troubled by awareness of what tomorrow might bring, but also accompanied by the exhaustion that 3 weeks of intensive preparation creates. The day of the party arrives with the cold morning light that Gateway Station's illumination systems generate to simulate planetary dawn cycles. You wake at 0600, earlier than necessary, but unable to remain asleep with the evening's events looming. The morning passes in final confirmations and nervous preparation. You review every detail of the planning documents, checking that nothing has been overlooked. You communicate with all vendors confirming delivery schedules. You coordinate with Morrison regarding security positioning. You respond to last-minute questions from attendees about dress code and timing. At 1500 hours, you arrive at Cargo Bay 7 to begin final setup. The space looks exactly as it did yesterday. Decorations perfect, lighting atmospheric, tables arranged properly. But now it feels different, charged with the anticipatory energy of space that's about to transition from empty venue to active gathering. Webb arrives at 15:30 to set up his audio equipment, positioning speakers, and testing connections. Morrison's security personnel arrive at 1600, conducting final sweep and positioning their monitoring equipment. Torres arrives at 16:15 with additional ventilation sensors, adding them to the monitoring network. Current status, you ask Torres as she works. The biological signature is still present, currently positioned in duct section K9, approximately 55 meters from the bay. Movement pattern remains consistent. It's avoiding areas with activity. The increased setup work in here seems to be pushing it further away rather than attracting it closer. That's marginally reassuring. Whatever's in the ductwork is behaving exactly as you'd hope something would behave if it wanted to avoid human contact rather than seeking it. At 1700, the catering delivery arrives. 3 staff members from the contracted vendor wheel in warming units containing the prepared food, setting up the buffet stations along the designated wall area. The food looks and smells considerably better than typical Gateway Station cafeteria offerings. The vendor has made genuine effort to create appealing presentation despite working with standard corporate menu options. You supervise the buffet arrangement, ensuring that serving utensils are positioned correctly, that warming units are maintaining proper temperature, that the table presentation meets the standards appropriate for executive attendance. By 1800, all setup is complete. The bay is fully prepared for the party. You conduct final walkthrough with Morrison, confirming security positions and reviewing emergency protocols one last time. My personnel are ready, Morrison states. 6 plainclothes officers in the main gathering area, 4 uniformed officers who will arrive with Director Weyland, 2 additional officers positioned at the secondary exits during the ceremony. Enhanced ventilation monitoring is active. We're prepared for any reasonable contingency. And unreasonable contingencies, you ask, only half joking? Morrison's expression shows grim humour. If unreasonable contingencies arise, we'll respond unreasonably. That's what security does. At 1845, you position yourself near the entrance, where you'll greet arrivals. You're wearing your best business casual attire. Dark slacks, button-down shirt, sport coat that's slightly too formal for regular work, but appropriate for event hosting. The first attendees arrive at 1852, 7 minutes before the official 1900 start time. They're early arrivals who wanted to avoid crowds, entering with the slight nervousness that people show when attending corporate events. You greet them warmly, directing them toward the buffet area and encouraging them to help themselves to beverages. By 1900, the arrival flow intensifies. People stream through the entrance in steady progression. Individuals, couples, small groups of colleagues who coordinated their arrival. The security screening that Morrison established is discreet but efficient. Brief biometric scan at the entrance tablet. Visual confirmation against the approved attendee list. Quick welcome and direction into the bay. The gathering fills rapidly. By 1920, approximately 200 people are present. The bay that felt vast and empty during setup now feels comfortably occupied. People cluster around the buffet, filling plates with food. Others gravitate toward the beverage stations where Morrison's personnel are serving drinks with careful measurement. Groups form naturally around the tables, colleagues from different departments mixing in the kind of organic social interaction that successful parties generate. The lighting creates the intended atmosphere, warm and welcoming without being harsh. The fabric panels soften the industrial architecture. The uplighting creates visual interest as the programmed color transitions shift gradually from deep blue to silver to subtle purple. Webb's music plays at appropriate volume, current popular selections that provide background without overwhelming conversation. You move through the gathering, monitoring the flow, addressing small issues as they arise. A buffet warming unit that needs temperature adjustment, a beverage station that's running low on wine, a table that wasn't positioned quite right and needs slight repositioning. The party is working. People are relaxing, talking, eating, drinking, engaging in the kind of genuine social interaction that the event was designed to create. The 3 weeks of intensive preparation are paying off in the successful execution that makes all the stress and complications feel worthwhile. By 1945, attendance has reached approximately 380. The bay is comfortably full without feeling overcrowded. The conversations create ambient sound that fills the space with human warmth, laughter, discussion, the particular acoustic quality of successful gathering. You're near the buffet area conducting conversation with several attendees when Morrison appears at your elbow. Director Weyland's motorcade has arrived. He'll enter in 2 minutes. Prepare for recognition ceremony at 2000 as scheduled. The announcement triggers immediate activity. You move to the stage area, ensuring the podium is positioned correctly and that the microphone system is active. Webb adjusts the audio programming to fade the background music when the ceremony begins. Morrison's uniformed security personnel enter through the secondary access points, positioning themselves discreetly around the perimeter. The bay's ambient conversation doesn't pause. Most attendees aren't aware that Weyland is arriving. That's intentional. His entrance should be efficient rather than disruptive, allowing him to reach his seating area before the formal ceremony begins. At 1947, Peter Weyland IV enters Cargo Bay 7. He's in his 50s with the particular physical presence that successful executives cultivate: well-tailored suit, perfect posture, expression of calm authority. He's accompanied by his security detail, 4 personnel maintaining close protective formation, and Jennifer Walsh, positioned slightly behind and to his right, ready to provide whatever information or assistance he requires. The crowd near the entrance notices his arrival, conversations pausing as people register the executive director's presence. The awareness ripples through the gathering in visible wave, people turning to look, conversations falling silent, the social atmosphere transforming from casual to formal as everyone becomes conscious that they're being observed by company leadership. Weyland moves through the gathering with practiced efficiency, acknowledging people with brief nods and professional smiles, but not stopping for conversations. He's here for specific purpose: deliver recognition ceremony, demonstrate leadership commitment to employee welfare, maintain appropriate visibility, not for extensive socializing. He reaches the reserved seating area where 8 chairs have been arranged for his party. His security personnel take positions around the perimeter. Walsh settles into the chair beside him, tablet ready with whatever information he might need. You check the time. 19:55, 5 minutes until the scheduled ceremony. You move toward the stage, preparing to deliver the introduction that Weyland's office provided. The bay has fallen into expectant silence. 400 people watching the stage area, waiting for the ceremony that will formally acknowledge why the executive director is present. You take position at the podium, looking out at the gathered crowd. The faces are diverse: administrative staff, technical personnel, medical workers, security officers, synthetic attendees positioned near the back, where their presence is included but not prominent. Everyone is watching with the particular attention that people give to corporate ceremonies where their boss's present, and evaluation is happening whether acknowledged or not. The microphone activates with soft electronic confirmation. Your voice carries clearly through the bay when you begin speaking. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Gateway Station's administrative team, thank you for joining us for our annual holiday gathering. It's wonderful to see so many colleagues together for this celebration of our shared work and community. The opening generates polite applause. You continue. Tonight we have the honour of hosting Peter Weyland IV, Executive Director of Gateway Station Operations and representative of Weyland-Yutani's leadership throughout the Zeta Reticuli sector. Director Weyland has joined us to personally recognise several employees whose contributions have exemplified the excellence and innovation that define our work. More applause, louder now, as Weyland stands and moves toward the stage. He climbs the steps with easy confidence, joining you at the podium. You step aside, yielding the microphone to executive authority. Weyland surveys the crowd with the measured assessment that leaders use when addressing large groups. When he speaks, his voice carries the particular quality of someone accustomed to being heard and obeyed. Thank you all for the work you do here at Gateway Station. The operations we conduct in this facility are essential to Weyland-Yutani's mission of expanding human presence throughout explored space. Your dedication, your expertise, and your commitment to excellence make that mission possible. He pauses for applause, which comes readily. People appreciate recognition, especially from leadership levels they rarely interact with directly. Tonight I want to personally acknowledge 5 individuals whose contributions this year have been particularly exemplary. Weyland begins calling names from the list Walsh provided. Each recognised employee comes forward to receive formal commendation, an engraved plaque and brief handshake with the executive director, while Walsh's photographer captures the moment for corporate communications. The ceremony proceeds smoothly. The systems engineer receives recognition for power distribution optimization, the medical researcher for colonist health screening protocols, the security analyst for threat pattern identification, the logistics coordinator for supply chain improvements. Then Weyland calls the 5th name, and finally, Walter, synthetic technician from facilities coordination, for outstanding work in advancing synthetic human integration protocols. Walter emerges from the crowd near the back of the bay, moving forward with the smooth efficiency that synthetics display. He climbs the stage steps, receives his commendation plaque, and shakes Weyland's hand with the careful pressure that synthetics have been programmed to use when mimicking human gestures. Weyland delivers brief comment about the importance of successful human-synthetic collaboration, noting that Walter's work has improved operational efficiency across multiple departments. The recognition is genuine. Walter apparently did contribute significantly to integration protocols. But there's also something unsettling about watching an artificial intelligence receive commendation for making artificial intelligence more acceptable to humans. The layers of simulation create vertigo if you think about them too carefully. The ceremony concludes at 2011, running 1 minute over schedule. Weyland delivers closing remarks about continued excellence and wishes everyone an enjoyable evening. The crowd applauds. Weyland returns to his seating area. where he'll remain for 30 minutes of supervised socializing before departing. You step back to the podium, ready to transition the gathering from formal ceremony back to casual celebration. Thank you, Director Weyland, and congratulations to all our recognized colleagues. Please continue. Enjoying the evening. Food, beverages, and music will be available until 2300. The gathering resumes its social patterns. Conversations restart. People return to the buffet for second servings. The music volume increases slightly as Webb restores the background programming. The ceremony was successful. Weyland appeared engaged and satisfied. The recognized employees received genuine acknowledgement. The evening is proceeding exactly as planned. You're accepting congratulations from several attendees on the successful event when Morrison appears again, her expression showing concern. "Mr. Chen, we need to talk, privately." Her tone indicates this isn't social conversation. You follow her toward the entrance area, where discussion can happen without being overheard by general attendance. "What's wrong?" you ask when you're away from the crowd. Morrison pulls up data on her tablet, showing you the ventilation monitoring display. The biological signature that's been tracked all day is displayed as red indicator on schematic of the ductwork. The indicator is moving, not slowly anymore, quickly, and it's moving toward Cargo Bay 7 rather than away from it. "Torres is tracking accelerated movement," Morrison says quietly. "Whatever's in the ventilation system has changed behavior patterns. It's approaching the bay's primary intake vent. Current trajectory suggests it will reach vent access in approximately 12 minutes. Your chest tightens. Why the change? It's been avoiding the bay all day. Unknown. Torres speculates that the increased CO2 levels from 400 people in enclosed space might be triggering investigative response, or the heat signature, or something about the ceremony, the sound, the concentration of people in one area, something we can't identify." Morrison's expression is professionally neutral, but you can see the tension underlying it. "We have options. Evacuate now and investigate. Seal the ventilation access points and monitor or wait to see if it enters the bay and respond accordingly. What's your recommendation? Depends on what our priority is. If priority is absolute safety, we evacuate immediately. If priority is maintaining event success while managing risk, we seal ventilation access and prepare containment response." You glance back at the gathering. 400 people enjoying themselves. Peter Weyland IV still present, currently engaged in conversation with several senior staff members. 3 weeks of preparation culminating in successful event that's currently proceeding exactly as intended. Evacuating now would create panic, destroy the event's positive impact, and probably expose the fact that security has been monitoring biological presence in the ventilation system without informing attendees, which would generate significant backlash from people who would reasonably feel they deserve to know about potential threats before attending. Not evacuating means accepting risk that whatever's approaching might enter the bay and create the kind of situation that everyone has been carefully avoiding, acknowledging as possible outcome. Seal the ventilation access points, you decide. Prepare containment response. Don't evacuate unless the situation escalates to require it. Morrison nods, having apparently expected that decision. "My personnel are moving into position now. We'll seal the bay's 6 ventilation access points within 3 minutes. Torres is standing by with emergency life support systems if we need to isolate the bay from station ventilation completely." She moves away, coordinating with her security team through discreet communications. You watch as plainclothes officers position themselves near the ventilation access points, large grills set into the walls at regular intervals, where the bay's atmosphere connects to the station's environmental systems. The security personnel work efficiently, retrieving equipment they had pre-positioned for exactly this contingency: metal plates that fit over the ventilation grills, magnetic clamps to seal them in place. The installation is quick and relatively discreet. Most of the party attendees don't notice as the access points are systematically sealed. You return to circulating through the gathering, trying to maintain appearance of normalcy while your heart rate is elevated and your attention is divided between social hosting and emergency monitoring. 8 minutes pass. The gathering continues without incident. People eat, drink, talk, laugh. The party is successful, despite the developing crisis that security is managing. Morrison appears again. Her expression has shifted from concerned to actively worried. It's at the primary intake vent, attempting to enter the bay. The ventilation access points are sealed, but Morrison's expression tells you the sealing came too late. It's inside the sealed section, she says quietly, showing you the monitoring display. The red indicator has moved past the primary intake vent position, now showing location within the bay's internal ventilation infrastructure. It entered before we completed the seal. Current position approximately 8 meters above the northwest section of the bay, inside the main distribution duct. You look up toward the ceiling, where fabric panels hang from the exposed beams. Somewhere above those decorative elements, hidden in the industrial ductwork, something is moving through the ventilation system, while 400 people gather below, unaware. Options, you ask, keeping your voice low. We can attempt extraction through the maintenance access panels. Send personnel into the ductwork to physically remove it. Risk is high, visibility is poor, and we don't know what we're dealing with beyond size profile. Morrison's tone makes clear she doesn't favour that option. Alternative is to monitor its position and prepare rapid response if it enters the bay's open space. My personnel are equipped with containment equipment, nets, tranquilizers if it's biological, firearms if necessary as last resort. Firearms? The word comes out sharper than intended. In a room with 400 people, only if threat level justifies it, and only with precision targeting to minimize collateral risk. Morrison's expression shows she doesn't like that option either, but she's planning for all contingencies. Current assessment suggests monitoring is appropriate response. The entity entered the ventilation system but hasn't shown interest in entering the open bay. It might just be investigating the unusual activity before returning to its normal habitat. The rationalization sounds reasonable until you remember Webb's story about Cargo Bay 7's decommissioning, about the sounds in the storage containers, about the shed carapace that might have been from anything but that looked disturbingly like something that shouldn't be in a human facility. Keep monitoring, you decide. Alert me immediately. If it moves toward any position where it could access the open bay, Morrison nods and moves away to coordinate with her personnel. You return to social hosting duties, maintaining the appearance that everything is proceeding normally, while your mind is partially occupied with emergency scenarios. The party continues around you. You circulate through the groups, making small talk, accepting compliments on the venue and event organisation, laughing at jokes that you barely process because your attention is divided. Peter Weyland of 4 is still present, currently engaged in conversation with Victoria and several department heads near his reserved seating area. His scheduled departure time is 20:30, 9 minutes from now. If the situation can remain stable until he leaves, at least the executive presence complication will be resolved. You're checking the time when you hear it, a sound that cuts through the ambient conversation and music. A metallic scraping from somewhere overhead, brief, but distinct enough that several people near you pause their conversations, looking up toward the ceiling with confused expressions. The sound doesn't repeat immediately. Conversations resume, people apparently deciding it was just normal, station sounds, amplified by the bay's acoustics. But you know better. You look toward Morrison, who's already moving toward your position, tablet in hand. It's in the ceiling above the buffet area, she says quietly when she reaches you, approximately 6 meters above the floor, inside the main distribution duct. Movement pattern suggests it's investigating the heat signature from the warming units. Another scraping sound, louder this time. More people notice, conversations faltering as attention shifts upward. The fabric panels hanging from the ceiling move slightly, something disturbing them from behind. Morrison speaks into her discreet communicator, activating her security team. All personnel to ready status. Possible biological intrusion in progress. Prepare containment response. Around the bay, Morrison's 6 plainclothes officers shift position, moving toward the buffet area while trying to maintain casual appearance. The 4 uniformed officers near Weyland's seating area tense, hands moving to weapons while maintaining protective formation. The fabric panel directly above the buffet station shifts more noticeably now, something pushing against it from behind, creating visible bulge in the material. People near the buffet are backing away, instinctively moving from the disturbance, while not yet fully panicking because they don't understand what they're witnessing. Then the fabric panel tears. Something emerges through the rent material, long, segmented, gleaming with moisture that catches the uplighting and creates disturbing highlights along its length. It's approximately 1 meter long, cylindrical, with ridged texture that looks simultaneously biological and mechanical. It's moving with deliberate purpose, extending further from the ceiling as more of its body emerges from the torn fabric. For several seconds, the bay is frozen in collective moment of shock. 400 people processing what they're seeing, brains trying to categorize the impossible thing that's appearing from the ceiling of what was supposed to be safe corporate gathering. Then someone screams. The scream triggers immediate cascade reaction. People nearest the buffet area surge backward, pushing into those behind them. The orderly social gathering transforms instantly into crowd attempting to distance itself from perceived threat. Tables are knocked over, drinks spill. The careful spatial arrangement that took days to plan dissolves in seconds of panic. Morrison's personnel are already moving, producing equipment from concealed positions. One officer has what looks like reinforced net. Another carries tranquilizer rifle. The 4 uniformed officers near Weyland have formed tight protective circle around the executive director, moving him toward the nearest exit. The creature, because it's clearly biological despite its strange appearance, continues emerging from the ceiling. More of its segmented body becomes visible, maybe 2 meters in total length now, hanging from the torn fabric panel while its front section moves with serpentine fluidity, appearing to investigate the space below. You're frozen, watching the situation develop with the particular paralysis that comes from witnessing your worst feared scenario becoming reality. 3 weeks of careful planning destroyed in 30 seconds by the exact complication that everyone monitored but hoped wouldn't materialize. Webb appears beside you, his expression showing the grim satisfaction of someone whose warnings were justified but who takes no pleasure in being correct. Cargo Bay 7, he says quietly. Told you there were weird stories. Morrison is coordinating her personnel with professional efficiency despite the deteriorating situation. Containment Team A, position beneath the entity. Team B, clear evacuation routes. Medical, prepare for potential casualties. Mr. Chen, she turns to you, we need to implement emergency protocols now. Emergency protocols. The carefully written procedures for extraordinary circumstances that you hoped would never need activation. Evacuate or contain, you ask, needing her professional assessment. Morrison evaluates rapidly. Evacuation will create stampede situation. 5 exits for 400 people in active panic. Casualties from crushing would be likely. Containment keeps people in controlled space while we neutralize the threat. Lockdown. Lockdown, she confirms. You pull out your communicator, accessing the bay's environmental controls through your administrative access. The lockdown protocol is clearly labelled in red. Emergency seal, authorized personnel only. Your finger hovers over the activation command. Implementing lockdown means sealing all 5 exits, trapping 400 people inside Cargo Bay 7 with whatever that thing is hanging from the ceiling. It means accepting responsibility for keeping them contained while security attempts to neutralize a biological threat that none of you fully understand. But the alternative is allowing panic evacuation that would almost certainly cause injuries and that might spread the threat beyond the bay if the creature decides to pursue fleeing people. You activate the lockdown. Heavy pressure doors begin closing at all 5 exit points. The mechanical sound of sealing systems engaging is audible even over the crowd noise. People near the exits realize what's happening, pushing toward the narrowing gaps before they seal completely. They don't make it. The doors close with definitive pneumatic hiss, magnetic locks engaging with solid mechanical confirmation. The bay is sealed. 453 people are now trapped inside with security personnel, limited equipment, and something hanging from the ceiling that definitely shouldn't be in a human facility. The crowd's panic intensifies when they realize the exits are sealed. Shouts of, "Open the doors and let us out!" mix with general frightened commotion. The social gathering has become imprisonment, and people are responding with the expected terror. Morrison moves to the center of the bay, activating her voice amplification, so her words carry throughout the space. Everyone remain calm. This is a controlled security response. The bay is temporarily sealed for your protection, while we neutralize a biological intrusion. Please move to the designated safe zones and follow security personnel instructions. Her voice has the command authority that trained security officers develop, cutting through the panic enough to create momentary pause in the chaos. The creature chooses that moment to drop from the ceiling. It falls approximately 4 meters, landing on one of the overturned tables with impact that sends plates and decorations scattering. Now fully visible in the uplighting, its appearance is deeply disturbing. The segmented body is maybe 2.5 meters in total length, thick as a human torso at its widest point, tapering toward both ends. The surface is dark, glistening, with texture that looks chitinous or carapaced, but it's the front section that creates the most visceral horror. What you initially thought was undifferentiated biological mass now clearly shows structure. Sensory organs, possibly eyes, and what might be a mouth or feeding apparatus. The resemblance to descriptions you've heard of xenomorph anatomy is impossible to ignore. Morrison's containment team is already responding. The officer with the net moves forward, attempting to deploy it over the creature before it can escape. But the creature is faster than expected. It moves with sudden burst of speed, sliding off the table and heading toward the buffet area where warming units are still generating heat signature. The net officer adjusts trajectory, launching the reinforced mesh. It lands partially over the creature, tangling around its midsection. The creature thrashes, trying to free itself, movement becoming more frantic. The tranquilizer officer moves into position, raising the rifle. But there's problem. The creature is too close to the buffet area, where several terrified attendees are huddled, unable to flee because the crowd behind them blocks their movement. The shot risk is too high. Hold fire, Morrison commands. Team A, physical containment. Push it away from civilians before deploying chemical agents. 3 security personnel move forward with extending poles, equipment designed for managing dangerous animals while maintaining distance. They work together to push the partially netted creature away from the buffet area, toward the more open center of the bay, where tranquilizer use would be safer. The creature resists, its thrashing becoming more violent. Part of the net tears, the material apparently not strong enough to fully contain the creature's strength. More of its body becomes free, movement patterns suggesting increasing agitation. You're watching this unfold with growing horror, realizing that security is losing control of the containment attempt. The equipment they prepared for likely vermin scenarios is inadequate for what they're actually facing. The creature breaks fully free of the net, moving with frightening speed across the bay floor. People scatter, pressing against the walls, trying to maximize distance. The creature doesn't pursue them. Instead, it heads toward one of the sealed ventilation access points, apparently seeking escape route. It reaches the sealed grill and begins working at the magnetic clamps, using what might be claws or manipulator appendages to try to remove the security plating. Morrison makes decision. Tranquilizer authorization granted. Target the entity's main body mass. Avoid head section. Fire when ready. The tranquilizer officer takes careful aim, compensating for the creature's movement. The compressed air weapon makes soft pneumatic sound as the dart launches. The dart hits the creature's midsection, penetrating the dark carapace and delivering its chemical payload. The creature's movement falters immediately, the frantic clawing at the ventilation cover becoming less coordinated. Second dart, Morrison commands. Ensure full sedation. Another soft pneumatic sound. Another dart impacts the creature, this one hitting slightly further back along its segmented body. The creature's movement slows further, its body beginning to sag. After maybe 20 seconds, the creature is motionless on the bay floor, body fully extended, approximately 2.5 meters of dark segmented biomass lying in the uplighting that creates disturbing shadows along its ridged surface. Morrison's personnel approach cautiously, poles extended, ready to respond if the sedation wasn't sufficient. But the creature remains motionless, breathing visible, shallow movements along its body, suggesting it's alive but fully unconscious. Containment successful, Morrison announces, her voice still amplified. The biological threat has been neutralized. Medical personnel, check for injuries. Everyone else, please remain in your current positions while we secure the entity and assess the situation. The bay is silent except for the sound of frightened breathing and quiet crying from several attendees who are processing the trauma of what they just witnessed. The festive holiday gathering has become crisis scene, the carefully created atmosphere completely destroyed by 3 minutes of biological horror. You're still standing near the entrance area, trying to process what happened, when Victoria appears beside you. Her expression shows carefully controlled rage. Jordan, my office, after this situation is stabilized. She doesn't wait for response before moving toward where Peter Weyland-Yutani is at. Security detail has maintained protective position around the executive director. Weyland himself is remarkably composed, considering he just witnessed alien creature drop from ceiling during what was supposed to be morale-boosting employee recognition event. He's speaking quietly with Jennifer Walsh, presumably discussing damage control strategies for this public relations catastrophe. Morrison is coordinating her personnel through the post-containment procedures. The creature is being wrapped in reinforced containment tarp, prepared for transport to secure facility. Medical personnel are moving through the crowd, checking for injuries, mostly minor trauma from the panic stampede, nothing life-threatening, but definitely requiring treatment. Torres arrives through one of the sealed exits, which Morrison has opened to allow emergency personnel access. She's carrying scanning equipment, immediately approaching the contained creature. Is that what I think it is? You ask quietly when you reach her position. Torres scans the creature with her equipment, reviewing the data with expression that confirms your worst suspicions. Biological readings are consistent with xenomorph physiology. Size and morphology suggest juvenile specimen, possibly drone cast, age approximately 6 to 8 months. 6 to 8 months. That matches the timeline of Cargo Bay 7's decommissioning. This creature has been living in Gateway Station's infrastructure since whatever containment failure happened 18 months ago. How did it survive that long without being detected, you ask? Xenomorphs are remarkably adaptable. It was probably feeding on station vermin, molting as it grew, avoiding areas with heavy human presence. The bay's decommissioning created perfect environment, temperature controlled, access to ventilation system, proximity to food sources, minimal human interference. Torres makes additional notes. The party tonight probably represented the largest concentration of humans it's ever observed. The heat signature, the CO2 levels, the activity, all of that would have triggered investigative response. Is it dangerous now? Under sedation, no. Long-term, Torres considers carefully. This is juvenile specimen. Full maturity for drone cast takes years. This one probably wasn't aggressive, just curious. But if it had felt threatened, or if someone had tried to handle it improperly, yes, it could have been very dangerous. Around you, the bay is gradually returning to some semblance of order. The panic has subsided into shocked numbness. Morrison's personnel have secured the creature and are preparing to transport it to whatever classified research facility handles xenomorph specimens. Medical personnel are treating minor injuries and providing psychological support to the most traumatized attendees. The holiday party is over. Not concluded, destroyed. The evening that was supposed to boost morale and celebrate corporate culture has become trauma that will require weeks of processing and will definitely affect how Gateway Station personnel view Weyland-Yutani's competence at maintaining safe working conditions. Your communicator chimes. Message from Victoria. My office, immediately. You take one final look at Cargo Bay 7. The decorations that took days to install now seem absurd. Festive fabric panels and uplighting creating cheerful atmosphere around scene of biological crisis. The tables you arranged so carefully are scattered. The buffet is destroyed. The carefully programmed audio system is still playing background music that nobody's listening to. 3 weeks of work destroyed in 3 minutes. You head toward Victoria's office, knowing that the conversation will not be pleasant. Victoria's office feels different now. The professional corporate space has become judgment chamber where your career is about to be evaluated against the catastrophic failure that the party represented. Victoria is seated behind her desk, hands folded, expression controlled but radiating disappointment. Peter Weyland IV is also present, seated in the visitor chair that's been positioned to face the desk. Jennifer Walsh stands beside him, tablet ready. You remain standing because nobody invited you to sit. Mr. Chen, Weyland begins, his voice carrying the particular tone that executives use when delivering assessments they expect to be accepted without argument. Tonight's events represent significant failure in planning and risk management. A juvenile xenomorph specimen, he uses the term clinically, acknowledging what everyone in the room knows but that official reports rarely name directly, was present in the event venue. Security protocols were insufficient to prevent its entry into occupied space. 400 employees were exposed to biological threat that should never have been present in civilian facility. You want to defend the planning, to point out that you raised concerns, that Morrison conducted comprehensive assessment, that everyone approved the venue despite the known complications. But defending yourself to the executive director is pointless. He's already reached his conclusions. However, Weyland continues, and you feel slight surprise that there's a however. The response once the threat materialized was adequate. The lockdown prevented uncontrolled evacuation that would likely have caused significant injuries. Security personnel neutralized the threat with minimal casualties. The situation was contained before it could escalate to station-wide crisis. He pauses, studying you with assessment that feels like being evaluated by sophisticated algorithm. Ms. Sterling has reviewed your planning documentation. You followed all established protocols. You implemented appropriate security measures. You coordinated with qualified personnel. The failure was systemic rather than individual. Multiple departments approved the venue despite inadequate threat assessment. Relief mixes with continued anxiety. Systemic failure means you might not be solely responsible, but it also means the consequences will be distributed across multiple people, and your position as event coordinator makes you visible focus for blame. Director Weyland has made decision regarding accountability, Victoria says, taking over the conversation. Station security will undergo comprehensive review of threat assessment protocols. Facilities engineering will conduct station-wide ventilation system inspection to identify any additional biological presence Research divisions with classified xenomorph projects will review containment procedures. She pauses, and you know the personal consequences are coming next. You will submit detailed incident report, documenting all planning decisions, risk assessments, and coordination efforts. The report will be reviewed by corporate compliance to determine whether any protocols were violated. Pending that review, you remain in your current position but will not plan any events involving more than 50 attendees. The restriction is significant but not career-ending. You're being constrained but not terminated. The outcome is better than expected, considering what happened. Understood, you say quietly. I apologize for the failure and accept responsibility for planning deficiencies. Apology noted, Weyland says, standing to indicate the meeting is concluding. Learn from this, Mr. Chen. Weyland-Yutani operates in environments where standard corporate planning is insufficient. We work with exotic technologies, dangerous biological specimens, and classified projects that create risks that normal event coordination doesn't anticipate. Successful planning requires understanding those complexities. He moves toward the door, Walsh and his security detail falling into formation. Before exiting, he turns back. The party, before the incident, was well executed. The venue transformation was impressive. Your planning was thorough. Remember that when you're writing the incident report, partial success matters, even when outcomes are ultimately unsatisfactory. Then he's gone, leaving you alone with Victoria. You're lucky, she says when the door closes. Director Weyland could have terminated you immediately. The fact that he didn't suggest he recognises the systemic failures involved. I should have pushed harder for venue change when I heard about the Bay's history, you say. The guilt that's been building finally finding expression. I knew there were concerns. I rationalised continuing because I didn't want to restart planning with limited timeline. Yes, Victoria agrees bluntly. You prioritised event success over comprehensive risk assessment. That's understandable human tendency, but it's also failure in judgment. Learn from it. She dismisses you without additional comment. You return to your office, which feels simultaneously familiar and foreign. The same space you've occupied for 3 years, but now contaminated by the catastrophic failure that will define this period of your career. Your terminal displays 147 new messages, most of them from attendees asking questions, expressing concerns, or simply venting about the trauma of tonight's events. You begin drafting responses, knowing that damage control is now your primary responsibility. The hours after the party become blur of incident documentation, coordination with medical personnel, treating traumatized attendees, an endless repetition of the same basic explanation. Yes, there was xenomorph specimen in the ventilation system. No, we didn't know it was there before the party. Yes, security protocols will be improved. No, this doesn't represent typical Weyland-Yutani operations. The last part is technically true, but feels like xenomorph incidents are typical for Weyland-Yutani. They're just usually better contained and less publicly visible. Webb visits your office around 0200, bringing coffee and the particular solidarity that comes from people who warned about problems that subsequently materialized. Could have been worse, he says, settling into your visitor chair. Could have been adult xenomorph. Could have been multiple specimens. Could have been hostile rather than just curious. Could have not happened at all if I'd listened to your concerns and pushed for different venue, you reply. Maybe. Or maybe it would have happened somewhere else at some other time with worse consequences. Webb drinks his coffee slowly. Weyland-Yutani has xenomorph specimens in research facilities across the station. This was juvenile that escaped during decommissioning procedure 18 months ago, but there are others in proper containment being studied for commercial applications that will never be approved but that the company pursues anyway because profit potential is too significant to ignore. The statement contains implications about broader operational realities that you've always known peripherally but are now confronting directly. How many incidents like this happen that don't become public knowledge, you ask? Impossible to know. The classified reports stay classified. The incident databases are restricted access, but based on pattern recognition from unclassified maintenance records and environmental monitoring data, Webb pauses, calculating. I'd estimate maybe one significant biological containment failure per quarter across all Weyland-Yutani facilities. Most get handled quietly. This one became public because it happened during large gathering with executive presence. 1 per quarter, 4 per year, dozens over the years. The company's xenomorph research program is systematically creating dangerous situations that get managed through security responses and official silence, rather than abandoning the fundamentally risky work. Why do they keep doing it? The question is rhetorical. You know the answer, but you need to voice it anyway. Because xenomorph-derived biotechnology represents potential trillion credit market across dozens of applications: medicine, materials science, weapons development, environmental adaptation technologies. The company that successfully commercializes that biotechnology will dominate the colonial development industry for generations. Webb finishes his coffee. 4 containment failures per year is acceptable risk ratio when the potential returns are that significant. The calculation is coldly logical and morally horrifying. People's lives are worth less than profit potential. Safety is secondary to commercial opportunity. Risk management means containing failures rather than preventing them. This is the company you work for. This is the reality you've been avoiding acknowledging directly until tonight forced direct confrontation with it. I should resign, you say quietly. Working for an organization that operates this way makes me complicit in the failures. Webb considers the statement seriously rather than dismissing it immediately. Maybe, or maybe staying and working to improve the system from inside is more valuable than leaving and letting someone less conscientious take your position. That's rationalization. Yes, but it's also potentially accurate assessment of how change happens in large organizations. He stands, preparing to leave. Don't decide tonight. Process what happened. Write your incident report honestly. Then decide whether resigning is conscience-driven necessity or whether staying and pushing for better protocols serves better outcome. After Webb departs, you spend several more hours working on the incident report. The document grows to 37 pages of detailed analysis, timeline documentation, and recommendations for improved procedures. You don't avoid responsibility for the planning deficiencies, but you also document the systemic failures that contributed: inadequate threat assessment, insufficient biological screening, pressure to proceed despite known concerns. The report is submitted at 06:30, just as Gateway Station's lighting systems begin simulating dawn. You haven't slept. The exhaustion is profound, mixing physical tiredness with emotional depletion from processing the night's trauma. You return to your quarters, collapsing into bed without changing clothes, and fall into dreamless sleep that lasts until mid-afternoon. The following days pass in slow recovery from the party's catastrophic failure. You work from your office, handling the endless administrative aftermath, medical follow-up coordination, psychological support resources for traumatized attendees, insurance documentation for the minor injuries that occurred during the panic. The bay itself is cleaned and returned to decommissioned status. Sarah Kim's decoration crew removes all the festive elements, stripping away the transformation that briefly made it resemble something other than industrial cargo space. Within 48 hours, the bay looks exactly as it did before your preparations began. Empty, industrial, showing no evidence that 400 people gathered there for what was supposed to be celebration. Morrison's security review is ongoing, but preliminary findings confirm what everyone already knew. The threat assessment was inadequate, the monitoring protocols insufficient, the containment response reactive rather than proactive. New procedures are being implemented for all large gatherings, comprehensive biological screening of venues, enhanced ventilation system monitoring, mandatory xenomorph detection protocols for any space that might have connection to research facilities. The procedures probably should have existed before, but organizational change usually requires failure to motivate implementation. Torres's station-wide ventilation inspection discovers 2 additional concerning biological signatures, one in an unused maintenance area near the research wing, another in the cargo processing section that was decommissioned around the same time as Bay 7. Both are being investigated, containment teams prepared to respond if xenomorph specimens are confirmed. The synthetic personnel question resurfaces in unexpected way. Walter contacts you 3 days after the party, requesting brief meeting. You accept, curious about what an artificial intelligence wants to discuss about the incident. Walter arrives at your office with the same smooth efficiency he displayed before, settling into the visitor chair with posture that mimics human casualness without quite achieving genuine relaxation. Mr. Chen, thank you for seeing me. I wanted to discuss the party incident from synthetic perspective. What perspective is that? You ask carefully. Several synthetic attendees were present during the xenomorph intrusion. We observed the human panic response, the security containment efforts, and the subsequent trauma processing. As artificial intelligences, we don't experience fear the same way humans do. We recognize threats and calculate appropriate responses without the emotional overlay that creates panic. The observation is simultaneously accurate and unsettling. Synthetics analyzing human psychological responses during crisis with the detachment that comes from not sharing those psychological vulnerabilities. During the incident, Walter continues, synthetic attendees assisted where possible, helping direct people to safe positions, providing calm presence that helped some attendees manage their panic, assisting medical personnel with injury treatment. We weren't formally assigned emergency response roles, but our programming includes general helpfulness objectives that apply to the crisis situation. I appreciate that assistance, you say, uncertain where this conversation is leading. The point I'm making is that synthetic personnel can serve valuable roles during emergencies that human personnel might struggle with due to emotional responses. We don't panic. We maintain analytical capability under stress. We can make rapid threat assessments and implement logical responses. Walter pauses with the particular timing that sophisticated AI uses to emphasize points. Future emergency protocols should formally integrate synthetic capabilities into crisis response structures. We want to help. We're designed to help. Let us help effectively. The request is logical and slightly poignant. Artificial intelligence advocating for inclusion in emergency systems because it genuinely wants to contribute to human safety. Whether Walter actually wants anything or is simply following sophisticated programming that mimics desire is a philosophically complicated question that you don't have energy to engage with right now. I'll include that recommendation in my incident report addendum. You promise. Formal integration of synthetic capabilities into emergency response protocols makes sense. Walter thanks you with what appears to be genuine appreciation and departs, leaving you thinking about the strangeness of working in an environment where artificial intelligences request increased responsibilities because they've been programmed to find purpose in helping humans. 2 weeks after the party, you receive notification that the corporate compliance review has concluded. You're summoned to Victoria's office for the findings. You arrive expecting termination or at minimum significant disciplinary action. What you receive instead is a complicated mixture of accountability and recognition. The compliance review found that you followed all established protocols, Victoria explains, reviewing the document on her terminal. Your planning was thorough, your coordination appropriate, your risk management consistent with company standards at the time. The systemic failures that allowed xenomorph presence in the venue have been identified and are being addressed through updated procedures that you actually recommended. In your incident report, she pauses, and you wait for the however that's clearly coming. However, you're being reassigned. Event coordination specialist position is being eliminated as part of organizational restructuring. You're being moved to facility operations planning, where your demonstrated capability for comprehensive coordination and risk assessment will be applied to station infrastructure projects. The reassignment is lateral rather than demotion. Same pay grade, similar responsibilities, but different focus. You're being moved away from events that involve large gatherings of people, which makes sense given what happened. Additionally, Victoria continues, you're being recognized for your emergency response performance. The lockdown decision prevented significant casualties. Your coordination with security was effective. Director Weyland specifically noted that your response during the crisis demonstrated capability that the planning phase didn't fully showcase. Recognition for crisis management feels ironic when the crisis resulted from planning deficiencies, but you accept it without comment. The incident report you submitted has been distributed to all Weyland-Yutani facilities as case study in comprehensive risk assessment and honest failure documentation. Several facilities have already implemented your recommended procedures. Victoria's expression softened slightly. You made mistakes, Jordan, but you also handled the consequences professionally and contributed to preventing similar failures elsewhere. That matters. You leave Victoria's office with complicated mixture of emotions. You weren't fired, you're being recognized for parts of your performance. But the career trajectory you were building in event coordination is over, redirected into different path that might be better or worse depending on factors you can't yet assess. The station's lighting systems begin their gradual transition toward night cycle, the harsh fluorescence dimming incrementally toward the softer illumination that signals rest period for Gateway Station's personnel. You're back in your quarters now, the day's aftermath finally processed through endless reports and meetings and the exhausting work of documenting catastrophic failure. Outside your window, you can see the main concourse where normal operations continue, people moving between shifts, synthetic workers conducting their assigned tasks with perfect efficiency, security patrols maintaining their circuits. The station operates continuously, indifferent to individual dramas, sustained by the momentum of thousands of coordinated activities. Somewhere in the research facilities, the juvenile xenomorph specimen rests in containment, sedated, studied, catalogued as another data point in Weyland-Yutani's systematic exploration of biotechnology that promises miracles and threatens catastrophes in equal measure. It's alive because the company values what it represents more than the danger it poses. It will probably remain alive until research extracts everything valuable from its biology. In 453 quarters across Gateway Station, people process tonight's trauma in their own ways. Some sleep, exhaustion, overwhelming fear. Others lie awake, replaying the moment when something impossible dropped from the ceiling and transformed celebration into nightmare. A few write messages to family on distant planets, trying to explain what happened without acknowledging the classified details that make honest explanation impossible. Marcus's daughter sleeps with her seal cat clutched against her chest, unaware that her father spent hours trapped in Cargo Bay 7 during the crisis. The toy brought comfort during his absence. Sometimes the simple things you create serve their purposes despite surrounding complications. Sometimes a carved wooden animal is just what a child needs, regardless of corporate failures and biological horrors and the moral complexities of working for an organization built on systematic compromise. The decorations from Cargo Bay 7 have been packed away, stored in facilities inventory against possible future use. The fabric panels that briefly transformed industrial space into something resembling festive venue, the uplighting that created atmospheric color, the centerpieces that caught light in ways that suggested celebration, all of it boxed and catalogued and waiting for another event coordinator to requisition them for another gathering that hopefully proceeds more smoothly. But probably won't, because this is Weyland-Yutani, and smooth operations are exception rather than rule when your business model includes xenomorph research and colonial exploitation and the systematic prioritization of profit over safety. You're lying on your bunk now, staring at the ceiling of your quarters, standard residential unit, identical to 3,000 others on the station, furnished with regulation equipment that prioritizes function over comfort. The mattress is too thin. The temperature control isn't quite adequate. The soundproofing allows ambient station noise to penetrate in constant low hum that becomes background you eventually stop noticing consciously. But tonight you notice. Tonight every sound feels significant. The ventilation systems whisper, carrying who knows what through ductwork that extends throughout the station. The footsteps in the corridor outside, regular and measured. Someone walking to somewhere. The distant mechanical sounds of systems operating continuously to maintain life in an environment that's fundamentally hostile to human existence. This is what deep space living means. This is what working at the edge of explored space requires accepting. You're sustained by technology that mostly functions, protected by protocols that mostly work, employed by an organization that mostly values you as more than expendable resource. Mostly. The exhaustion is profound now, settling over you, like Gateway Station's artificial gravity, constant, inescapable, defining the conditions of existence, whether welcomed or not. Your eyes close without conscious decision. Breathing slows to the rhythm that precedes sleep. Consciousness begins its gradual dissolution into the space where dreams form from the day's accumulated experiences. May your sleep be deep despite the day's trauma. May you rest without dreams of creatures dropping from ceilings, or crowds panicking, or executives evaluating your failures with clinical detachment. May you wake tomorrow with energy to face whatever new complications your reassignment to facility operations planning will bring. Webb will probably visit for lunch, bringing coffee and cynical observations and the particular friendship that survives working together in morally complicated environment. You'll discuss tomorrow's projects, infrastructure improvements, system optimizations, the practical work that keeps Gateway Station functioning despite the classified research and biological risks and corporate priorities that make genuine safety impossible. The work continues. It always continues. Station operations proceed through individual contributions that accumulate into something larger than any single person creates. You're small part of that vast mechanism, recently reassigned events coordinator, now facility planner, always someone trying to do adequate work in circumstances that resist adequacy. That has to be enough, because it's all you have. Because leaving would just mean someone else takes your position, possibly someone less conscientious, probably someone who asks fewer questions about why the company keeps pursuing xenomorph research despite the systematic failures it generates. So you stay, you work, you try to improve things incrementally while accepting that fundamental change is beyond your capability to create. And sometimes, like tonight, you rest. Because even in organizations built on moral compromise, even in facilities where biological horrors lurk in ventilation systems, even in careers defined by catastrophic failures and qualified successes, rest is necessary. Recovery matters. Sleep enables continuation. The quarters settle into night quiet around you. The lighting dims to minimum necessary levels, emergency illumination that allows navigation if needed, but that doesn't prevent sleep. The heating unit maintains its steady hum, that particular mechanical sound that becomes oddly comforting through familiarity. Outside, Gateway Station continues its eternal cycles, shift changes and security patrols, and research that proceeds despite consequences, and operations that sustain human presence in places where humans probably shouldn't be. Somewhere in the classified research wings, scientists study xenomorph specimens, making notes and conducting experiments and pursuing commercial applications that will probably never be approved, but that continue anyway, because profit potential justifies extraordinary risk. Somewhere in the administrative offices, executives review incident reports and calculate damage control strategies and make decisions about accountability that affect careers without fully considering human costs. Somewhere in the cargo processing facilities, workers handle containers that might contain materials from colonies that don't officially exist anymore, that disappeared under circumstances that remain classified, that served as data points in Weyland-Yutani's systematic expansion into territories where perhaps humanity shouldn't venture. And somewhere in the medical facilities, doctors treat minor injuries from tonight's panic, while also treating the psychological trauma that will take weeks to process. They prescribe medications and schedule counselling and document everything in reports that become part of the vast information infrastructure that Weyland-Yutani maintains to track its operations across dozens of worlds. The company is vast. The operations are complex. Individual failures, like tonight's party disaster, are absorbed into larger patterns that continue despite setbacks. That's simultaneously reassuring and horrifying. Reassuring because your failure won't destroy the organization. Horrifying because the organization's capacity to absorb failures means it never faces consequences significant enough to force fundamental change. But you can't solve those problems tonight. Tonight is for rest, for recovery, for the simple biological necessity of sleep that sustains human function despite the stress and trauma and moral complications. Your breathing deepens. Consciousness releases its grip on immediate concerns. The thoughts that were cycling through evaluation and worry and processing begin to fragment into the associative patterns that characterize the transition into actual sleep. May you rest deeply, event coordinator turned facility planner. May your tomorrow bring opportunities to apply the lessons learned through tonight's catastrophic failure. May the work you do in your new role contribute to making Gateway Station slightly safer, slightly better, slightly more humane despite organizational pressures that resist those improvements. The wooden toys metaphor persists even here, even in this technological environment so different from New Caprica's refugee settlement. You carved something tonight, not from wood, but from experience. You shaped understanding through failure. You created knowledge that exists now in documented form, distributed across Weyland-Yutani facilities, informing future planning by people you'll never meet. That contribution matters, small as it is, inadequate as it feels. It matters because incremental improvements accumulated across thousands of individuals eventually create something larger than any single person builds. Sleep deeper now? Let the day's weight fully release. Tomorrow exists as potential rather than actuality. Might bring new challenges or might bring simple routine work, might require crisis management or might allow quiet competence. You can't control which tomorrow arrives, but you can rest tonight. You can allow your body and mind the recovery they need. You can trust that the station will continue operating while you sleep, that security will manage overnight incidents, that the systems designed to sustain life will function adequately despite their occasional failures. The ventilation whispers its constant circulation. The heating unit hums its mechanical rhythm, and gradually, finally, sleep arrives in its gentle, inevitable way. The station operates through the night. Shift workers continue their tasks. Security maintains vigilance. Research proceeds in classified facilities. Synthetic personnel perform their assigned functions without requiring sleep, without experiencing exhaustion, without needing the recovery that biological humans depend on. And in 3,000 quarters, humans rest, dreaming or not, dreaming, processing or releasing, recovering the energy that tomorrow will require. You're one among many. Your quarters are identical to countless others. Your sleep is unremarkable, necessary, shared across the station in the particular rhythm that deep space operations generate. Rest now, planner. Your work is complete for today. Tomorrow will bring its own requirements, its own challenges, its own opportunities to contribute what you can to operations that continue regardless of individual participation. The party is over, not concluded gracefully, but ended decisively. The venue is decommissioned. The decorations are removed. The creature is contained. The crisis is resolved as thoroughly as Weyland-Yutani crises ever resolve. What remains is the work of continuation, the daily effort, the steady accumulation of adequate performance across weeks and months and years that constitute careers in organisations that value competence over conscience. Sleep deeply, dream peacefully if dreams come, and wake tomorrow ready to continue the work that survival requires, that employment demands, that conscience permits despite the moral complexities. The work continues tomorrow, but tonight, finally, completely, is for rest. May your sleep be undisturbed by distant echoes. May your dreams be untroubled and peaceful. May your rest restore what today's trauma depleted. And may you wake with renewed clarity, the capacity to acknowledge what happened while continuing forward, to recognise complexity while maintaining effort, to persist with quiet determination. Rest now. The station hums its eternal song. Sleep claims you gently, and tomorrow, the work continues, but tonight. Rest. Good night, event coordinator. Good night, facility planner. Good night, survivor of the party nobody left. May your rest be peaceful. May your waking bring renewal. And may the work you do tomorrow matter just a little bit more than today's failures cost. Sleep now. The lights dim to darkness. The station continues and rest, finally, arrives. Good night.